Prince, who goes by the name Fazza, is one of the richest royals in the world, with a personal net worth of $400 million. However, the Dubai royal family is worth much more than that, an estimated $18 billion. Growing up with that kind of wealth, it's no surprise the prince has some extravagant taste. He has everything from amphibious vehicles and his own fleet of luxury tanks to millions of dollars worth of exotic animals, including the most expensive horse and camel in the entire world. From yachts to exciting hobbies, here's how the Royal Prince of Dubai spends his millions. Let's start with where he lives. Of course, the prince, who goes by the title Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed, has plenty of options when it comes to luxury homes. The Dubai family owns plenty of expensive properties around the world, but these are the ones favorited by Fazza. The first is the Royal Palace, because how could anybody not love living in this place? The Zabeel Palace is estimated to be worth as much as $500 million and officially belongs to the ruler of Dubai and Fazza's father, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. These photos are from when the palace was lit up for an array of royal weddings. While the interior has been kept pretty private and visitors are allowed nowhere near the royal home, these shots of another of Dubai's royal palaces give us an idea of just how opulent it is on the inside. In fact, most of Dubai's royal palaces are in the same area, which is basically a large complex of several palaces where most royal family members live. To get away from life in Dubai, the prince has a favorite spot in Vancouver, Canada. He owns a $55 million penthouse at the Fairmont Pacific Rim Hotel. Nice, huh? Originally, Fazza bought just one penthouse in the building for $25 million in 2017. But why buy one when you can have three? But then he quickly bought 3 sub-penthouse units just underneath it, bringing the total investment to $55 million, and reportedly, he paid in cash. Now the luxury penthouse covers 15,000 square feet over the building's top 3 floors. It features all-glass walls for amazing views of the Canadian city's downtown, a loft seating area, a spacious kitchen, an office, and multiple living rooms and lounges. The prince also has ties to another luxurious hotel, but he doesn't just own a penthouse in this one. He owns the whole thing. Zabeel Investments is a private investment company owned by Fazza that owns tons of properties across the United Arab Emirates, including the Hotel Jumeirah Zabeel Saray, located on the famous man-made luxury island of Palm Jumeirah. The Dubai hotel costs $12 billion to construct and has its own indoor and outdoor pools, access to private beaches for its guests, and tons of luxury suites. There are 405 rooms for guests, plus 38 royal residences where the Dubai royals, including Fazza, can enjoy a taste of the Zabeel luxury meant just for them. Fazza has been called a bit of an animal whisperer, a reputation he earned because of all the exotic pets he owns. His collection includes tigers, elephants, lions, and plenty of distinguished peacocks. But there's probably nothing more impressive than his camel, because it's the most expensive camel in the entire world. While searching for the world's greatest camel to add to his collection, just like the rest of us do all the time, the prince picked this one out of 17,000 candidates. He bought the camel for $2.7 million, and it's been a star on his Instagram account ever since. Finally, an Instagram account worth following. While less expensive, Fazza's falcons are also some of his favorite animals. The prince has individual falcons flown into the United Arab Emirates thanks to his falcon dealer, Bryn Close, who provides the prince with falcons exclusively. While we aren't sure exactly how much Fazza spends per falcon, he's expected to own hundreds, and they can win the prince more than $100,000 anytime they win a race or competition. Does ESPN run falcon racing? Check that. Prince Fazza even has another animal that's expected to be the most expensive of its kind. One of his prized show horses reportedly cost the prince $1.8 million, and he's been spotted showing it off at competitions all over the world. The prince is believed to own more than 1,000 horses across the world, and he has at least 120 camels on his farm in Dubai. While the prince could choose to get around on the backs of camels, horses, and elephants, he usually opts for his multi-million-dollar car collection, which includes multiple gold vehicles. These flashy golden cars include a gold Rolls-Royce Phantom worth an estimated $8.2 million. He also has a golden Lamborghini Aventador worth $7.5 million, a Porsche 918 Spyder with a price tag of $5.8 million, and a gold Range Rover Vogue expected to be worth at least $3.2 million. He also has a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster worth $4.5 million. When the car was released in 2014, only 9 were ever produced, and he had the car gold-plated for an unspecified but probably extravagant amount of money. But the most expensive golden vehicle he owns is a Mercedes-AMG G63, worth an astonishing $9.6 million. His other non-golden, how dare he, luxury vehicles aren't really any less impressive. He has an Aston Martin 177 worth $1.9 million that was once thought to be the most expensive car in the world. It gets his name because there are only 77 of these cars in existence. His Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport is another unique addition to his collection. It's got a strange reptilian body, can reach speeds of 250 miles per hour, and it cost the prince $1.7 million. He also has a LaFerrari worth $2.1 million and a sleek Ferrari F12 Berlinetta worth $1.5 million. Okay, enough about the cars. What about his fleet of tanks? Prince Fazza owns an extraordinary collection of luxury tanks. Is that a thing? Yeah, beloved by the rich. They can plow over any terrain, from sand and mud to snow, and they're also military grade and nearly indestructible. The prince has been spotted using them for joyrides in the deserts of Dubai. These ripsaw tanks cost $495,000 for a single-seat model, $545,000 for 2 seats, and $595,000 for 4 seats, in case you're thinking of buying one. Since the prince seems to love to drive in any terrain possible, he's also got quite the collection of amphibious cars. The prince used to be a big fan of the Python, but now he's upgraded to the next best thing, the Panther. Though the Python can reach a record-setting speed on water, about 60 miles per hour. It has an enormous $300,000 price tag. The newer Pythons are even faster, but they're also cheaper and expected to cost $135,000. See, that's affordable. The prince spent $800,000 in total on multiple Panthers to add to his collection to get a head start on the water vehicle trend before they officially hit the market. For a more relaxed time on the sea, Prince Fazza also owns a few luxurious super yachts. One of them is the $70 million Esmeralda, but his most expensive yacht that he bought in 2013 cost $180 million. And it has everything you could possibly need on water, including a gym designed by Usain Bolt, several pools, and a personal spa, and a helicopter landing pad. And of course, the prince also has his own private plane. He uses the Boeing 747-400, which cost about $260 million. The Dubai Royal Air Wing has a fleet of them that can be used by members of the royal family. However, he also likes to fly first class on Emirates, which costs a minimum $600 per hour of flight time. Tickets across the globe can easily exceed $20,000 each. So there's one last question. How has the prince racked up such an impressive personal net worth? Does he really work for his money? Well, of course, there's Zabeel Investments. The private investment company helps keep personal money in the prince's pockets, and the company has invested billions on buildings and construction projects. But obviously, most of the prince's net worth is thanks to his connections as a member of the royal family. While most of Fazza's hobbies are just for fun, he's incredibly talented and takes part in a lot of competitions. He's an award-winning horse rider, semi-professional skydiver, and an accomplished athlete. He's also a talented poet and photographer, and is the founder of the Hamdan International Photography Award. With so many incredible hobbies and millions to spend on them, he doesn't seem to spend much time in the office. But if you were a royal, wouldn't you do the same?
Saudi billionaire Turki bin Abdullah has a $22 million car collection that will make your jaw drop. The uber-wealthy royal never misses an opportunity to show off his gold-plated supercars and luxury cruisers, and he even racked up some hefty parking fines when he was driving his whips around London. The globe-trotting prince is reportedly linked to the House of Saud, which at the time of writing was worth an estimated $1.4 trillion, so the parking fines wouldn't upset him too much. Here's a look at some of the fabulous gold supercars owned by Turki bin Abdullah. Prepare to be amazed. The most expensive gold car in Turki bin Abdullah's collection is his spectacular Bugatti Veyron. Bugatti Veyrons typically sell for $1.9 million, but when you wrap a Veyron in gold, expect the price to go way, way up. Bin Abdullah's gold-plated Veyron is worth an estimated $10 million, and it always turns heads when he takes it out for a spin. The Veyron might just be the most impressive supercar ever built. Bugatti developed the Veyron completely from scratch, and barely any parts or components from existing car concepts were used in its production. It's the pinnacle of supercar performance. The Veyron can reach a top speed of 408 kilometers per hour and is equipped with an 8.0-liter quad-turbocharged W16 engine. The powerful engine puts out more than 1,000 horsepower and can propel the Veyron from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.5 seconds. Not every car in Bin Abdullah's collection is an ultra-fast supercar. If he wants to cruise around in something a little bit more classy, he opts for his gold-plated Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe. The $4 million masterpiece has a top speed of 250 kilometers per hour and can go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 6.1 seconds. Sure, it's not particularly fast, but that's not the point of owning a Rolls Royce. It's about cruising in style and showing off. Bin Abdullah's 18-karat gold-wrapped Rolls Royce is just as nice inside as it is outside. The luxurious interior of the Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe is decked out in the finest leathers, woods, metals, and fabrics. It really is the finest saloon car on the market. When Bin Abdullah wants to go off-roading, he hops in his Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG 6x6. His $2.5 million G63 6x6 looks right at home tearing through the sandy dunes of Saudi Arabia's desert. Bin Abdullah even posted a video of himself racing alongside a camel in his G63 6x6. With a top speed of 161 kilometers per hour, the camel didn't stand a chance. The AMG was only on the market for 2 years, so even the ones that aren't gold are fairly rare. Bin Abdullah's massive fortune likely came from oil and gas, so it might seem a bit strange that he owns a Porsche 918 Spyder. The limited production mid-engine plug-in hybrid comes equipped with a 6.8 kilowatt-hour lithium-ion battery pack that delivers an all-electric range of 19 kilometers. Bin Abdullah's 918 Spyder is not only gold, it's green too. The $1.5 million Marvel is incredibly fast. It has a top speed of 340 kilometers per hour and can go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.6 seconds. What supercar collection would be complete without a Lamborghini? Bin Abdullah's Lamborghini Aventador SV is not quite one of a kind, but it's close. It's one of only 500, so it's no surprise it's worth $1.2 million. The gold wrap really makes this supercar stand out, as do the car's iconic scissor doors. Bin Abdullah took his Lamborghini Aventador SV for a spin in an upscale part of London and was slapped with a $110 parking ticket. But he wasn't bothered and continued having his lunch. $110 for Bin Abdullah is like a penny to us regular folks, so it's no surprise he was unfazed. The Fuzz also slapped a ticket on Bin Abdullah's G63 6x6 the same day. They must have been jumping for joy when they saw the gold cars parked on the street. Bin Abdullah's clearly a fan of Lambos because he owns a gold-plated Lamborghini Huracan. The $1 million beauty is equipped with a V10 engine and an electronically controlled all-wheel drive system that makes driving the supercar a breeze. Every Lamborghini is a work of art, so it's no wonder that Bin Abdullah is so fond of these spectacular supercars. The Bentley Flying Spur is one of the more affordable luxury cars on the market. The base price is just $187,000. However, Turki Bin Abdullah wanted to take his Flying Spur to the next level. What better way to do so than to wrap it in gold, of course? Bin Abdullah's $500,000 Bentley Flying Spur has a W12 engine that can generate 616 horsepower, so it's both powerful and flashy. A typical Range Rover Vogue is about as unassuming as you can get. However, the same can't be said for Turki Bin Abdullah's Range Rover Vogue. It's obviously wrapped in gold, but it also has a high-end Haman Motorsport tuning package. The $500,000 SUV has 322 horsepower instead of the standard 272, and is equipped with massage seats and a refrigerated storage compartment. The Range Rover Vogue can reach a top speed of 210 kilometers per hour and go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 8 seconds. Not bad at all for an SUV, although if he's in a rush, Bin Abdullah will have to take one of his Lambos. Not every car in Turki Bin Abdullah's car collection is gold. He also owns a modest Maybach 62 worth $450,000. He likely drives around in his Maybach 62 when he wants to go under the radar. While the Maybach 62 is a classy car, it's certainly not going to turn heads, especially if it only has a standard black paint job. There is a gold Maybach 62 out there in the wild though, but it's not owned by Turki bin Abdullah. Dragon's Den star and entrepreneur Theo Paphitis reportedly owns a $57 million Maybach 62. Yes, $57 million. Both the interior and exterior of Paphitis' Maybach 62 are covered in gold. Talk about extravagant. Not everyone can afford a gold-plated supercar like Turki bin Abdullah, but it's actually possible to take a ride in one even if you're strapped for cash. London-based taxi service MyWhip actually offers passengers a chance to be chauffeured around in a gold-plated supercar. It's entirely up to chance though. There's a 1 in 100 chance of being picked up in a gold supercar like a McLaren or Lamborghini. Looks like Turki bin Abdullah isn't the only one traveling in style. Here's an interesting fact. Did you know that Turki bin Abdullah has a pet cheetah? He even lets the big cat sit passenger side in his supercars. We wonder how he keeps the fast cat calm when he's cruising down the streets. Bin Abdullah is not the only wealthy Middle Eastern billionaire who owns a big cat. Lions, tigers, and cheetahs are extremely popular with uber-wealthy royals in the Persian Gulf.
Gold cars, $50 million dowry, $500 million courses, and real gold C-3POs are just some of the ways Arab royalty flex their billions. Dubai's president, Abu Dhabi's emir, and supreme commander of the United Arab Emirates, flashes cash in one of the world's the standout in the world's tallest building. The bank for he has a
You have slain an enemy.
Koenigsegg-Leichen Hypersport, many Mercedes and Bugattis, as well as many other models of the aforementioned brands. Grand total estimated value of his total collection? 100. 120 million of the United Arab Emirates' second president goes to a private jet, the RS-860. It seats 5 in an uber-comfortable throne room type setup in the cabin. Just on the other side of the partition is a California king bed, long naps, dreams and technicolor. Is there more? Well, with these guys, there's always more. Sheikh Khalifa owns the world's largest yacht, the Zap. The 590-foot ultra-sleek vessel costs an estimated $605 million. The construction, operation, and maintenance of this massive private first-person yachts has created jobs for over 4,000 people. Its impressive size makes it almost comparable to a cruise ship. Sheikh Khalifa occasionally stays at Ascot Place in Windsor Park in Britain. He bought it in 1999 for $23.7 million from Mick Flick. You know, the Mercedes-Benz Air. Its 400 acres are surely worth quite a bit more than that now. And the Colorado and estate cottages must be a pleasant change from the sandstorms as well as the hustle and bustle of Dubai. But apparently, it's not quite up to the so he had underground tanks installed and had them filled with the mineral water from the spa town of Evelynn in the French Alps. Not coincidentally, this is where a great many other Abu Dhabi royals live. Oh, you know, all that. $5 billion of his cash being tied to owning prime English real estate and has over 1,000 tenants. He owns more square feet of living space in London than the Duke of Westminster. You know, Prince George of Cambridge's godfather, that guy. Dubai's VP and Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum
An ally has been slain.
himself. One of his biggest expenses,
Unstoppable.
$500 million to his ex-wife Princess Hayat Jordan. Probably spent too much time out falcon hunting. Hope it was worth it. Sheikh Mohammed rolls around in a $250,000 white G63 AMG Mercedes #1. Was the first one in production. But that's worth pennies. He's got a $5.8 million gold Porsche 918 Spider, a gold $7.5 million 9.6 mil gold Mercedes AMG 63 truck, a $3.2 million gold Godzilla Nissan GTR, which looks like it belongs on a serving tray, a $3.2 million gold Ferrari 316, an $8.2 million gold Rolls-Royce family drop-head coupe, and the crown jewel Rolls-Royce that looks like a which costs a whopping $14.2 million. I wonder if this is spinning his way to some Like the Rolling Stones, Sheikh Mohammed loves horses. So much so, he founded the global racing team Golgotha and its highly successful stallion operation, Barley. They have farms These Arab billionaires know how to party. But okay, enough about Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum's gold. Let's move on. Qatar has more money than Queen Elizabeth with a $2.1 billion fortune. Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani rules with absolute monarchy. And while some people treat themselves to Baskin and Robbins when they want to spoil themselves, Qatar's ruler treats himself to listening to Rick Ross's Maybach music and one of his dozen Benz S600 Maybach luxury sedans worth $516,000 apiece. He switches it up with his white $91,400 Lexus LX 570, 3 Bentley Bentegas at $240,000 per unit, and for that show-stopping attention, a $500,000 Bentley Mulsanne limo. Okay, it's only a third of the price of Joe Biden's beast, but it's a lot prettier. When it comes to gifting, there's generous, and then there's this guy. He gives presents worth more than the Buffalo Sabres NHL franchise. He gave the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, a $400 million private jet, a Boeing 747-8. Inside, it has a stateroom, boardroom, and a hospital. It was to confirm the family's special love for Erdogan. I wonder what the Turkish president got the emir in return. When Busta Rhymes rapped about Akali, he was probably talking about people like Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani on his $500 million Al Rusail yacht. But we like Busta Rhymes. Plus of us could barely afford to fill the tank with his $20 million net worth, as this 400-foot, 800-ton sea beam is the epitome of opulence. It's only the 33rd largest private vessel in the world, but it may be the most luxurious with its European-style finishes, wood and leather trims, and extravagant staterooms. The Alawite dynasty king, Mohammed VI, is the current king of Morocco. One of the richest kings in the world with an estimated net worth of $5 billion, His Majesty gets to live in the royal palace in Rabat. Its entrance is fit for a giant. And the king's personal mosque is an ideal place for moments of peace, as well as to take in top-shelf Moroccan architecture. Its classy mausoleum houses a marble casket that holds King Mohammed V, who died in 1961. Even the Pope was pretty impressed. We've seen where that guy lives. Forbes reported that the palace costs $960,000 a day to operate, including personal expenses, clothing, and automotive repair costs. Yeah, Rolls-Royce and Mercedes X600 W100 repairs don't come cheap, let's be honest. Nicknamed the King of the Poor by his entourage thanks to his efforts to ease the burden of poverty of his people, King Mohammed VI flies to France in his private $600 million plus Boeing 747-400 to his getaway home just around the corner from the Eiffel Tower, which he bought for $94 million. He bought it from the Saudi royal family, whom we'll get to in not very long. Real estate in France's capital goes for an average of $1,345.81 per square foot. So you know, at $94 million, it's a massive mansion. 12 bedrooms, a swimming pool, a games room, private garden, and private parking round out the purchase. With Paris parking spots costing around 40 grand, it'd be nice to have one in the heart of the City of Light. Although the monarchy was abolished in Egypt in 1953, Nassef Sawiris is an Egyptian billionaire wealthy enough to be pharaoh. With a current net worth of 8.1 billion, he is the second richest man in Africa after Aliko Dangote of Nigeria. With his cash, the Cairo kingpin bought himself a $70 million co-op in the world's priciest city in terms of real estate, New York City. The purchase of 960 Fifth Avenue for that price is the largest deal for a co-op in that city's history, topping David Geffen's $54 million Fifth Avenue purchase in 2012. Now that he lives right next to Macy's, he has 5 fireplaces for Santa to come down, 14 rooms for him to wander through to look for cookies, and a wraparound terrace so he can look down at Central Park and pretend he's watching a live-action version of Friends, or Sex and the City if that's his thing. The details on this family's Cairo property is a very tightly kept secret. He drives a relatively conservative $52,000 2019 Audi Q5. A little boring compared to the other car we've seen in this video. But he makes up for it with his 240-foot Yala yacht, worth a hefty $80 million. And not just one, but 2 Gulfstream G650 private jets, worth a hefty $70 million apiece. Now that's more like it. Oh, how nice it would be to be able to sit on a couch while flying to New York City. Nothing like it, really. If you factor in all the wealth of all 15,000 members of Saudi's royal family, you're looking at 1.4 trillion. That crushes the British royal family's 28 billion. When most people talk in the trillions, they're talking about something to do with computer science or the wealth of entire first world nations, not a family. The oil juggernaut's bank accounts are mainly fueled by Saudi Aramco, and a lot of it is spent to keep you looking and keeping your eyes green with envy. Golden tissue boxes are just the tip of the iceberg. Let's start with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He ponied up $450.3 million for Salvator Mundi. That's an original painting by Leonardo da Vinci, by the way. At 3 different times, this painting has belonged to 3 different kings of England. It's nicknamed Jesus Christ, making it an oddly ironic purchase for someone of Muslim descent. Also known as MBS, Mohammed bin Salman paid $300 million for the world's most expensive home, France's Chateau Louis XIV. Royals seem to like to follow the footsteps of royals. In the same way, Hollywood kingpin David Geffen set his sights and succeeded in living in movie mogul Jack L. Warner's Beverly Hills mansion, MBS succeeded in living in Louis the Great's castle. It's got a labyrinth, like the house in The Shining, a farm, and a veggie garden. It's got a great many statues of a great many French nationals, and a real gold statue of Star Wars' C-3PO? Okay. And the gold doesn't stop there. It's all over the house and adorns the massive fountain at the front gate. The number of bedrooms, 10. The amenities, like the pool and indoor cinema with reclining red leather seats, might I add. The wine cellar, all not too bad. But the icing on the cake, it's the moat that surrounds the property that gives it that timeless look of we got money over here, along with a transparent underwater chamber to boot. You can slip downstairs to marvel at the fish on leather couches as you ponder your next major move. What's next for MBS and Saudi royal family? Will they wish to buy the moon like George Bailey did in It's a Wonderful Life? If it was for sale, they'd buy it. But when you're that rich, you buy things that aren't for sale. MBS has been trying to buy Manchester United for quite some time, and may be on the market to buy Newcastle United from the Premier League. They play, you know that video game, Club Manager, but in real life. What else when the world is not enough? Weddings are another way to burn up Saudi Arabian rials. 2017's royal wedding of 62-year-old Saudi Prince Sultan bin Salman to a 25-year-old bride with a never-ending dress was quite expensive. The convoy was 50 white Range Rovers long, white being the color of the king. The dowry to the bride and her family was a rumored $50 million, and the money apparently arrived in 30 or so suitcases off a bus that probably should have been a Brinks truck. Other gifts came off a chariot fit for Cinderella. The lavish ceremony took place at the Four Seasons Hotel in Kuwait at Burj Al Shaya. The gifts were diamonds, and more diamonds. Bin Salman bought himself a serene yacht from Russian vodka industrialist Yuri Shefler for $502 million. The 432-footer costs $49 million to run every year, which is $136,000 a day, or $5,650 per hour. It comes with a helipad and a chopper on the bow. 'Cause hey, when you're a Saud and you gotta go, you gotta go. Most upper echelon millionaires and billionaires fly in small to mid-sized private jets. The Saud family kicks it up a notch. Prince Al Wahid flies high in a luxury 747. Fueling it up ain't no problem when you've got a quarter of the Earth's known oil supply. The master bedroom, yeah, there's a master bedroom on the plane, has a shower that's, well, made of gold. And the king bed has white linens and at least 10 pillows. The $18.7 billion man also bought Donald Trump's 282-foot yacht in '91, the Trump Princess, for $20 million at the time, back when the real estate mogul needed quick cash. He renamed it the Kingdom 5KR. Gotta put your name on it, you know. That ship has been around, having been seen in the James Bond film Never Say Never Again, where she was called Flying Saucer. Hey, if Sean Connery's been on your yacht, she's priceless. She also served as a muse for Queen for their 1989 song, Khashoggi's Ship. Nice way to be immortalized. The high seas isn't Prince Al Wahid bin Talal Al Saud's only flex zone. He is a highway superstar when driving his $48 million diamond-encrusted Benz SL 600. Yes, even the tailpipe is bling bling. There are some Swarovski crystal accents to fill in some of the gaps here. He did the exact same thing for his $20,000 Ducati motorcycle for $4.8 million as well. 'Cause hey, you only live once, right?
If you're a royal, you gotta have a palace to back up your title, right? Well, Arab royals don't hold back. A Saudi crown prince has now bought the most expensive home in the world. It's time for your royal tour of how Arab billionaires spend their money and the luxurious abodes where they lay their heads at night. And you know that pillowcase is bespoke Egyptian cotton. Let's begin with Prince Al Walid bin Talal, a member of the Saudi royal family, as he is the nephew of the late King Abdullah. His net worth is estimated at $19 billion, making him one of the richest people in the world. He's definitely the richest person in Saudi Arabia and one of the wealthiest in the Middle East, so you know his mansion must be incredible. Or should I say palaces, plural. 3 palaces belong to Al Walid, 2 are already in existence, and a 3rd is in construction. In central Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, he lives in a 250,000 square foot palace known as the Kingdom Palace, featuring 317 rooms furnished with Italian marble, silk oriental carpets, gold-plated faucets, and 250 televisions. The place is valued at $130 million. The palace has personal chefs who boast they can feed 2,000 people within a given hour of notice, and work in 4 different kitchens. One for Arab cuisine, one for continental, one for Asian cuisine, and a 5th for desserts. Guests can relax in the lagoon-shaped pool and watch a movie in the 45-seat cinema that's located in the basement. Of course, the road leading to the palace is named after the man himself, Prince Talal Road. The compound features 3 outdoor pools and a large indoor swimming pool. There are several different buildings on the estate, including a mosque. The other palace I had mentioned before is a 500,000 square foot Kingdom Resort. It features 3 lakes and gardens and is where he typically entertains his guests. It's kind of like his own personal hotel, at least he uses it like one. At this palace, the prince entertains his most important guests, such as his old pal, Khaldoon al-Mubarak, Bill Gates, parliamentary delegates from around the world, and other VIPs. Kingdom Oasis is still under construction, and it's going to be a 4 million square foot palace. It plans to be a luxury resort that will include a private zoo and a 70,000 square meter lake. Oh, did I mention he bought a castle too? Yep, the castle of Castanito. On the hills of Turin, Italy, the prince bought this house in 2009, and every time he visits Southern Europe, he stays in this artistic house that is situated in a cozy neighborhood in Turin. A house of this size occupies 21,528 square feet of land, which is the equivalent of 173 acres. There are several orchards, vegetable gardens, flower balconies, as well as a vintage greenhouse on the vast property. Al-Walid owns a floating palace as well in the form of an 85.9-meter yacht called Kingdom 5KR, the 65th largest private yacht in the world, which was originally built for the Saudi arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi in 1979. It was even in a Bond movie. In Never Say Never Again, it appears as a yacht owned by James Bond's villain, Largo. Donald Trump also owned it once too, but he ran into some well-publicized financial problems in the late 1980s and sold it to the prince. It has a disco, cinema, helipad, pool, guest rooms, and all the other luxuries one can imagine. From the seas to the sky, he also owns several aircraft converted for private use. A Boeing 747, an Airbus 380, and a Hawker Siddeley 125. The Boeing 747 is equipped with a throne, 2 bedrooms, and a dining table with 14 seats. Apparently, each crew member and flight attendant is from a different country. He likes his variety, I suppose. The Airbus comes complete with a Turkish bath, a concert hall, an executive boardroom with holograms, and a garage for his Rolls Royce. So where does the money come from? Well, he's royalty, but some of his assets include a 95% stake in Kingdom Holding Company, 91% ownership of Rotana Video and Audio-Visual Company, 90% ownership of the Lebanese Broadcasting Corporation, about 6% ownership of Citigroup. Oh, and in 2011, he acquired a $300 million stake in Twitter. Okay, remember I mentioned an Arab prince that bought the world's most expensive home? Well, that prince is Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the home is the Chateau Louis XIV. It was purchased for over $300 million. It is based on 17th century French castles, but it was built near Versailles between 2008 and 2011. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is heir to the Saudi throne. If you're lucky enough to get invited, you won't want to miss gawking at the marble statues, a hedged labyrinth set in 57 acres of landscape park, and a gold leaf fountain. Gold is a common theme throughout the lavish palace. The fountain, sound system, lights, and air conditioning are all controlled by his iPhone. The meditation room, or chilling room, of Chateau Louis XIV is one of its most remarkable features. The aquarium features a see-through underwater chamber where sturgeons and koi swim. The 57-acre grounds are also home to a statue of Louis XIV made of costly Carrara marble. The property boasts 10 suites, a 52-foot-high painted dome ceiling in the reception room, a library, and a 3,000-bottle wine cellar, enough to toast his football team, Newcastle. This hotel has an indoor pool and an outdoor pool, a private cinema, a squash court, 2 ballrooms, and a nightclub. The prince isn't one to brag either. When bin Salman bought the Chateau Louis XIV, he wanted no one to know about it, using shell companies in France and Luxembourg. He tried to conceal the purchase. He might want to be incognito, but he definitely isn't afraid to spend. His other extravagant purchases include a $500 million 440-foot super yacht and a $450 million Leonardo da Vinci painting. Off now to the Scottish Highlands to check out Inveronate Lodge, owned by Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, ruler of Dubai, Prime Minister, and a Vice President of the United Arab Emirates. He bought this estate more than 30 years ago. The 71-year-old sheikh, who has had 6 wives and up to 30 children, and an estimated worth of $18 billion. The estate has a 14-bed manor house and a 16-bed guest house. This luxurious hunting lodge has a swimming pool and gym as well. The mansion by the water has a long history. An 1864 fire destroyed the original Inveronate house, which was rebuilt in 1929. Prince has added a few additions to the Highland home. The massive lodge is undergoing improvements to this day, as the Sheikh plans to build 4 helipads behind the walled garden so he can transport his guests to the remote Highland estate easily. A swimming pool, gym, and leisure facilities are also included in this new modern hunting lodge, located near one of Scotland's most famous landmarks, Evelynn Castle, and it sits on a 63-acre estate. Every summer, he and his family visit the estate, but locals say he's rarely there. Must be nice. Let's pop over to London now, shall we, and check out the chic shack of Hamad bin Abdullah Al Thani. Okay, not quite a shack. This is the Qatari sheik who decided to restore this 44,000 square foot townhouse in London, England. Over the decades, many historic London mansions of the British elite have been torn down for newer developments. But because of Hamad, the Dudley House stands today. This is one of the few surviving aristocratic townhouses in London at 100 Park Lane. This is one of Britain's most expensive private residences. The art and antiques in the house are worth millions on their own, but the home has an estimated value of $400 million. As a member of Qatar's royal family, His Highness Sheikh Hamad leads a quiet life compared to other Arab royals, but restoring this home to its former glory was a labor of love. After a 6-year renovation, the 44,000 square foot, 17-bedroom residence, which has an 81-foot picture gallery and a 50-foot ballroom. This home has always been a popular venue for London's elite, including Queen Elizabeth II, who said this place makes Buckingham Palace look rather dull. She may be right. From London to the Tangiers compound in Tangier, Morocco, where King Solomon of Saudi Arabia loves to hang out. Known as the Saudi ruler's favorite hideaway, the expansive complex is surrounded by 1,500 meters of walls, has its own medical facilities, and is equipped with a state-of-the-art restaurant kitchen. This massive oceanfront compound in Tangier is heavily guarded and manned by more than 30 Moroccan royal guards. It has 2 helipads, multiple buildings, and a massive tent that was added to the retreat over the last year. Back to London we go to visit Sheikh Moza, as he bought 3 adjacent homes in London for £191 million in 2014. 3 properties of the Qatar royal family have been combined into one mega mansion, 1, 2, and 3 Cornwall Terrace. Qatar's royal family now owns more property in London than the royal family of England due to the addition of this mega mansion. With an approximate value of £313 million, this is one of London's most expensive homes. This enormous mansion was designed by Decimus Burton, the protege of John Nash, architect of Buckingham Palace. The 33,000 square foot mansion has 13 bedrooms, a spa, heated swimming pool, beauty salon, personal butlers and nanny quarters, a children's floor, games room, powder rooms, massage areas, 2 elevators, and a gymnasium. Kitchen seats are heated in the winter, and in the summer, dramatic lighting creates the illusion of a ballroom in the gardens. A cigar room and wine cave are available for all guests, as well as a huge amount of bedrooms to choose from. An iPad controls the lights, while staff members live in separate quarters in the building. This place is massive.
Retailers. Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay. In just 5 years, these 3 companies have popularized a new form of consumer spending called Buy Now, Pay Later. Buy Now, Pay Later is a type of short-term, unsecured personal loan where instead of paying the full price upfront at checkout, you can defer the cost of any item by splitting the payment into smaller installments over time. If you want to spread out payments over a longer period of time to make the installments even smaller, you'll have to pay interest. And if you miss a payment using Buy Now, Pay Later, there are penalties with late fees, collections, and lowered credit score. The concept of debt and payment plans have been around for centuries. America itself was founded on Buy Now, Pay Later. In the 1600s, the Pilgrims borrowed money from lenders in London to pay for their voyage to the New World. The Pilgrims agreed to a long-term loan with a payment plan of 4 annual installments. While the Pilgrims didn't have to put up any collateral, most ended up dying upon reaching America, so you could say they repaid with their lives. Examples of long-term consumer loans these days are mortgages and car loans. If you miss enough payments, the lender will repossess your vehicle or home through foreclosure. In the 1800s, during the Second Industrial Revolution, short-term personal loans became popular with Americans. Furniture, farming equipment, and sewing machines were investments that were only affordable when paid in installments. These days, short-term consumer loans are typically offered only by select businesses for large, infrequent, one-time essentials like furniture or appliances. These loans are generally unsecured and based on your trustworthiness as a borrower, which is measured by your credit score. If you miss enough payments, the lender will penalize you with interest, fees, and collections. What Klarna, Affirm, and Afterpay have done is they've broadened the purpose of short-term unsecured personal loans from large, one-time essentials into everyday impulse and splurge purchases. They've made it easy for anyone to borrow money, simplifying a historically opaque, time-consuming process of applications and manual underwriting into a scalable user experience that provides instant credit in just a few taps. With Buy Now Pay Later, you can afford just about everything you desire by splitting costs into as many tiny payments as you want. Most of all, there's instant gratification. When using Affirm, Klarna, or Afterpay, you can get your order delivered right away on or before your first payment. In 2020, Buy Now Pay Later accounted for $97 billion, or 2% of the $4.6 trillion that was spent on e-commerce around the world. In 2021, Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay together boasted over 173 million global active customers. These days, 4 in every 5 Americans use Buy Now Pay Later on everything from clothing and groceries to gifts and cleaning supplies. Even though the valuations of Affirm and Klarna have been pummeled in recent months, Buy Now Pay Later seems here to stay even if it doesn't make much business sense. While no one knows if Buy Now Pay Later is even profitable, companies don't want to miss out. Fintech has a terrible track record when it comes to both idea and execution, like blockchain, peer-to-peer lending, and equity crowdfunding. Yet companies are always eager to jump on fintech bandwagons before the wheels are even placed. Scared of losing their duopoly, Visa and MasterCard have jumped headfirst into Buy Now Pay Later. PayPal and Stripe have launched their own products, Chase and Citibank have thrown their hats in, and even Apple and Samsung have joined the party. Putting aside fundamentals, Buy Now Pay Later itself is controversial. To critics and regulators around the world, it promotes irresponsible spending and enables overconsumption. In this episode, we'll explore the business model of Buy Now Pay Later, its eerie similarities to the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, and why that matters now more than ever in the coming recession. First, we have to understand the 3 core trends that have led to the emergence and rapid growth of Buy Now Pay Later. These 3 trends are connected to one another: the growth of e-commerce, the decline of credit cards, and high customer acquisition costs. E-commerce boasts an exceptional runway, as only 14% of global retail sales today take place online, while the remaining 86% still occurs offline in old-fashioned stores. But with the death of shopping malls, brands see the writing on the wall for retail. While boomers continue to dominate consumer spending, millennials have surpassed boomers as the largest living adult generation. Millennials are now coming of age, having children, and will soon hold the reins to the economy. Retailers know that if they are to thrive, they have to nail this handoff and adapt to the consumption preferences of each generation before they peak. Millennials and Zoomers are e-commerce power users, with over 70% preferring the convenience, flexibility, and selection of online shopping. In response, retailers continue to optimize every pixel of their e-commerce strategy, from storefront redesigns and load times to order fulfillment and checkout experiences. While e-commerce is the future venue where consumers will go to buy things, how consumers spend is also changing with the generations. Traditional banks like Wells Fargo, Citi, and Chase are seen by millennials and Zoomers as untrustworthy and incompetent. And there's good reason for this. Look up any major bank today and you'll find fraud, laundering, manipulation, bribery, and corruption charges spanning decades that have been shrugged off with slap-on-the-wrist fines. Combined with a poor consumer experience, it's no surprise that younger generations would rather take their chances banking with fintech startups over entrenched banks. This lack of trust in traditional banking institutions has driven consumer interest and adoption of fintech, from online banking in SoFi and Chime to Buy Now Pay Later in Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay. It's not just the immoral behavior of banks, but also the legacy system in which these institutions operate that turn off younger generations. Accessing and building credit is difficult. When we started our food delivery business as 20-year-olds back in 2014, there was only one bank in town that allowed us to open a business account without fees and gave us a useless credit line of $200. We rotated buying gas every other week just to make that credit card work. When I graduated with stable employment, it took 2 months just to get approved for the Chase Sapphire Reserve card. While my income has grown and my credit score is just below 800, my credit lines have barely increased despite never missing a payment or carrying a balance. If I request an increase, Chase will do a hard inquiry and my credit score will go down, so I have no option but to wait and hope my credit rises in the future. If I ever carry over purchases on my card, I'll get slammed with 19% interest. This interest is compounded daily, so every day the balance carries over, I pay interest on both the owed balance and the accrued interest. And if I ever miss a payment, there's a $40 late fee. Credit card penalties are punishing by design to get people to repay as soon as possible. Banks make billions of dollars annually from credit card interest. The more credit card holders borrow beyond their means, the higher balance they carry over every month, the more compound interest they have to pay, and the greater the profits are for these banks. In 2019, consumers paid out $121 billion in credit card interest, and as of August 2022, Americans owe nearly $1 trillion in credit card debt. Length of credit history also makes it difficult for young people to acquire and grow credit. How long you've had your credit plays a significant role in determining your trustworthiness. If you haven't had your credit cards for 8+ years, the system automatically penalizes you for not having long enough history as a borrower. Yet because credit history is a function of time, there's little that millennials and Zoomers can do except to wait. The only other alternative is debit cards, which are inflexible as your buying power is limited to how much you have in the bank, which for most people starting out is not a lot. Because of the restrictive nature of the legacy credit system, how difficult it is to access and grow credit, the unforgiving penalties of delinquency, and constrained buying power, younger generations are turning away from cards and looking for better purchasing tools when it comes to spending and fulfilling consumption desires. As more and more consumer brands flock to e-commerce, the costs to acquire and convert customers are rising. With greater noise and limited ad space in both digital and physical channels, it's increasingly expensive for retailers to attract, convert, and retain customers in websites and stores. As a result, more retailers are forced to use discounts or promotions to drive traffic, improve conversions, reduce abandoned carts, and make their products more affordable. But discounts have a finite runway and hurt brand positioning, and at the end of the day, retailers just want to sell and move as much product as possible off their shelves. For simplicity and peace of mind, they only deal with customers who can pay for their products. For customers at the edge who don't want or can't pay the full price up front, the overhead of financing, underwriting, managing payment plans, and collecting installments is beyond the means and capacity of most retailers. It's the shift away from cards, the appetite for better tools that enable greater purchasing power, the acceptance of fintech startups over traditional financial institutions, combined with the e-commerce gold rush, increasing customer acquisition costs, and the pressure to grow sales without discounts that have made Buy Now Pay Later so popular with both consumers and retailers around the world in such a short period of time. Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay are the three big Buy Now Pay Later players who see themselves as modern, consumer-friendly successors to traditional credit cards and their predatory legacy system. When we compare these three companies, it's uncanny how similar they are to each other in messaging and products. They all position themselves as honest lenders committed to responsible spending. They downplay the money they make from interest or late fees. They talk up their retailers and user growth. They boast about their proprietary machine learning algorithms that can underwrite, assess risk, protect against fraud, and grant credit instantaneously to individuals of all backgrounds. All three companies point to their low default rates, how Buy Now Pay Later loans are smaller and less risky than credit cards, and their healthy customer mix of prime and subprime borrowers. The products and user experience between Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay are identical. They all actively funnel their users to a mobile app for maximum engagement and retention through push notifications. Their apps serve as centralized shopping portals that aggregate retailers, overlay over website checkouts, and manage loan payments. Rather than using your email or Facebook account, these companies tie your identity and loans into something far more personal and static, your cell phone number. And they all offer savings accounts where you can deposit cash and earn interest at higher rates than in traditional banking. Creating an account was easy and took me 2 to 3 minutes at most. Affirm was the strictest and asked for my social security number and photo, while Klarna and Afterpay only needed my name, phone number, address, and birth date. With a credit score slightly below 800, Affirm gave me an opening limit of $500, teasing that it could quickly go up to $5,000 if I proved myself first on smaller purchases and on-time payments. Afterpay and Klarna were more generous, granting me the ability to borrow up to $1,000 immediately upon account creation. If I could contextualize just how easy it was to create an account and suddenly be able to borrow thousands of dollars within minutes, it really takes far more steps, effort, and time to do an online wire transfer or schedule an appointment at the DMV. Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay offer the same core product that they call Pay in 4. With this type of loan, you can flexibly split the cost of any purchase into 4 equal interest-free payments due every 2 weeks. If you want even smaller installments for a longer period of time, up to 36 months, that's when you'll have to pay interest. The interest rate varies and reflects how trustworthy the company deems you to be as a borrower. The consumer advantage that these companies advertise is their transparency in charging simple interest on their loans and not the punishing compound interest of credit cards. Pay in 4 is Buy Now Pay Later's claim to fame and most popular loan type amongst consumers. As long as you pay off each installment in full on time every 2 weeks, you've won flexibility at no added cost. With Pay in 4, consumers have paid the exact same price that they would have had they charged the entire thing to their credit card, the only difference being the cost is spread across 6 weeks versus 1 day. Since consumers can sign up, borrow, and combine as many loans as possible from Affirm, Afterpay, and Klarna for maximum spending power, the differentiation between all can be lies in the reason. Exclusivity is the name of the game. Retailers tend to partner with only one Buy Now Pay Later company at a time. As a result, Affirm, Afterpay, and Klarna are in an arms race to sign as many reputable retailers as possible. While Affirm has Amazon, Peloton, and Walmart, Klarna has Lululemon, H&M, Nike, Saks Fifth Avenue, Wayfair, Sephora, and Afterpay has Nordstrom, Adidas, Gap, Tory Burch, and Bed Bath & Beyond. Their pitches to retailers are identical. Let us be your exclusive Buy Now Pay Later option, and you'll grow your customer base, accelerate revenue, increase order sizes, and open up your business to high LTV customers who will literally borrow money just to buy your products. In the simplest abstraction, buy now, pay later companies are loan brokers building their own marketplace of consumers and retailers. Without high-profile retailers, there would be no desirable products. Without desirability, there would be no demand, and then no consumer appetite to borrow money to buy products. Every time someone buys something with buy now, pay later, regardless of whether it's split into 4 zero-interest installments or 12-month installments with interest, whether or not the consumer has repaid their loan or runs off halfway through, the retailer still immediately recognizes the sale at full price upon checkout. To the retailer, a sale with buy now, pay later is the exact same gross transaction as if that person had paid with card or cash. Since retailers are paid in full immediately after each sale, they're never exposed to the loan risk or details. Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay are left to collect and carry the bag in the event of a default. To demonstrate the arms race and the psychology of buy now, pay later, I took out loans to buy 2 luxury products I had always liked but always felt were overpriced. The first was a Dyson Airwrap. Awesome company, innovative engineering, but a $600 hairdryer is nowhere on my list of needs. The second was a pair of common projects. Classic, minimalist, white leather low tops, but $400 for a pair of sneakers is just wasteful. Dyson has exclusively partnered with Affirm, meaning the only way to buy now, pay later any Dyson product would be through Affirm. While my loan limit was only $500 to start, Affirm re-ran my profile and instantly allowed me to borrow up to $5,000 just for Dyson products. I got to choose between 3 payment plans: Pay in 3, Pay in 6, or Pay in 12, with the first 2 being zero interest options. Affirm clearly didn't trust me, so they limited my payment options to debit with no credit card allowed. Eager to pay off this loan as soon as possible, I chose Pay in 3. And even though I paid nothing at checkout and my first payment wasn't due until 30 days later, there was instant gratification. Dyson shipped me my $650 order the very next day, giving me immediate ownership and basically an entire month to use the product for free. Common Project is interesting as many retailers carry their shoes, so there's no retailer-level exclusivity. I first went with Farfetch, who had partnered with Klarna. Even though Klarna tells me that I'm approved to borrow up to $1,000, they continually declined to approve my $400 order with no explanation. Since Klarna and Farfetch were dead ends, I looked for another retailer with a different buy now, pay later option. Nordstrom had partnered with Afterpay, and I could feel the psychology of buy now, pay later creeping in just by looking at the pay in 4 plan. $400 for a pair of white sneakers to me is too much, but with buy now, pay later, it's not $400, it's $90 every 2 weeks. I can afford to burn $90 every 2 weeks. That's like 2 runs to the grocery store. What a cheap shoe. Even nicer was that Afterpay let me pay with my credit card. That means every installment is posted to my credit card every 2 weeks, but I only really pay every 4 weeks when my credit card statement arrives. In less than 10 minutes, I had borrowed $1,000 to buy 2 luxury products that I didn't need. The ease of getting these loans and the small installments had diluted my brain, warping my personal budgeting and spending habits into a deceivingly liberating, seductive adventure where buying luxury goods suddenly felt more affordable than a meal at Five Guys or Shake Shack. It's a test of self-control to not buy now, pay later more frequently, especially when there's a strong incentive to continue this kind of spending. The more I pay back, the more loans I can take out, and the more money I can borrow for future purchases, and then the more expensive items I can quote-unquote afford. Luxury purchases are the last thing I should be buying these days with the coming recession. Unlike a $400 pair of common projects, a $650 Dyson hairdryer, and everything else I could buy now, pay later, what I really should be doing is investing. But when I look around these days at equities like the S&P, NASDAQ, and Dow Jones, these blue chip indexes that have historically made up a majority of my investment portfolio are all down. In 2008, the day after the Lehman Brothers and the global housing market collapsed, the art market saw a record-breaking auction to the tune of $110 million, showing that art still sells. And it's not just 2008. Contemporary art has outpaced the S&P by more than double over the past 25 years. Art has little correlation with equities, and as an investment vehicle, art can help you keep your wealth intact in this period of high inflation. Just like how REITs have made it possible for anyone to invest in real estate without being a millionaire, Masterworks is democratizing the art market by allowing anyone to buy and sell shares in high-value art. With Masterworks, you can invest in art from renowned artists like Picasso, Monet, Warhol, and Banksy. So far, they've sold 5 paintings with an average net return of 26.8% to investors. And unlike some tech companies we've covered in past episodes, Masterworks is transparent, authentic, thoughtful, and compliant. Each artwork owned by Masterworks is officially securitized with the SEC as a legal public offering. With more and more people looking for hedges against inflation these days, Masterworks has a waitlist. But with this link, you can skip to the front of the line and start investing in art today. When you sign up, you can have a free one-on-one chat with a licensed advisor on how Masterworks and fine art can play an important role in your investment portfolio. Thank you to Masterworks for supporting Modern MBA and making this episode possible. While the moat is supply-side exclusivity, Klarna, Affirm, and Afterpay are all fundamentally the same business, from messaging and marketing down to the products and roadmap. While they operate at different scales, these 3 companies share one last defining key characteristic: they all lose money. What money is there to make in being a broker of short-term unsecured personal loans? When the most popular buy now, pay later option is an interest-free loan where consumers are just splitting the exact same retail cost of the product into 4 installments, what profit is there for Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay? How much of their business is centered around the late fees and interest that they claim to not profit from? And what is the end game for buy now, pay later companies? In recent months, the big three, Klarna, Affirm, and Afterpay, have gone from a high-flying oligopoly to a shell of their former selves. Afterpay was acquired by Square in late 2021 at the peak of the buy now, pay later hype for $29 billion. Klarna, who was preparing to IPO at $50 billion, was forced to scrap those plans since the market crash. Klarna ended up raising a massive down round at $7 billion, a massive 80% drop from its $45 billion valuation just 1 year ago. Affirm remains as the only standalone public buy now, pay later company. When it comes to scale, Klarna is the largest. In 2021, consumers took out loans with Klarna to buy over $80 billion worth of products. In comparison, Afterpay users bought out over $22 billion worth of merchandise, and Affirm users transacted a little over $8 billion. Klarna has the largest global presence, available in 45 countries today, while Afterpay is in 9, and Affirm operates only in the US and Canada. In 2021, Klarna had 145 million active customers, defined as someone who has taken out at least one loan that year. Afterpay had 16 million customers, and Affirm was the smallest at 7 million customers. Even with their most recent report of 14 million customers in 2022, Affirm is still the smallest of the big three when it comes to the user base. Klarna leads the arms race, with over 400,000 retailers signed to their platform. Affirm is second with 235,000, and Afterpay is last with 98,000. Like diplomacy, where these companies started out has had a major influence on their expansion. While the Sweden-based Klarna has the largest presence in Europe, and the Australia-based Afterpay has the most customers in Asia-Pacific, the golden goose that all buy now, pay later companies chase is North America. Americans consume more than anyone else, and the United States is the world's largest retail market, accounting for 25% of global retail sales. So while Affirm operates only in the US and Canada, their top line has quickly grown thanks to their backyard advantage. In the past 3 years, Affirm has grown at insane rates to surpass Afterpay and catch up to Klarna. While Klarna has not yet reported their 2022 results, it's likely that they will continue to lead with the highest total revenue, but Affirm is certainly closing in. Since Affirm is the only standalone public company, its financials and disclosures provide us with the cleanest look into the business model of buy now, pay later. Affirm today has 5 main revenue streams: interest income, merchant fees, virtual card fees, loan sales, and servicing income. Late fees don't exist in their top line, as Affirm is the only company out of the big three with the policy of never charging late fees if consumers miss a payment. When we plot these revenue streams over the past 4 years, we can see the maturity and evolution of Affirm's business model. Let's start with merchant fees and interest income. Affirm takes a cut from the retailer for each sale made on its platform, just like a commission. While Affirm reportedly takes 2 to 5% of each sale, each retailer ultimately negotiates their own arrangement. The nuance here is that the merchant fees are generally not flat rate commissions. The percentage taken of each sale also depends on the type of loan that the customer chooses. Affirm generally takes a greater cut with zero interest loans. Let's take my $650 Dyson loan. If we assume that Affirm agreed to a baseline commission at 2% in exchange for Dyson's exclusivity, since I opted for a zero interest loan, it's possible that Affirm earned a higher commission for my order at 3%. Since retailers already pay 1 to 3% of their sales to a credit card processor for any regular in-store or online sale, giving up a few more points may feel like a fair exchange for closing a sale that would not have otherwise occurred without buy now, pay later. Interest income is the money that users pay for all the simple interest loans that they take out. This is the flywheel that buy now, pay later businesses aim for. The more retailers on their platform, the more desirable the products, the greater the intent to borrow, the more users that will come, the more loans that are issued, and the greater subset of users who will opt for interest-bearing loans, and the more interest and commission the company then makes. And if they charge late fees like Afterpay and Klarna, then late fees can be a whole nother revenue stream. With growing user base, purchasing power, and transaction volume, the endgame for buy now, pay later companies is to gain leverage, demand higher commission, and grab a bigger slice of the pie for themselves. Merchant fees and interest income are the 2 largest revenue streams for Affirm, together contributing on average 85% of the company's annual revenue. Over the past 4 years, interest income has quintupled for Affirm, going from $120 million in 2019 to $530 million in 2022. Merchant fees have quadrupled from $132 million to over $450 million. This 4 to 5x growth in interest income and merchant fees is backed by the linear growth in Affirm's users and merchandise volume, which both have increased 7x in the same period. When we look at the top line for Afterpay and Klarna, we can see the same flywheel in effect. For Klarna, interest income and merchant fees are also their largest revenue streams, accounting for, on average, 98% of annual revenue for the past 3 years. Interest income has grown 30% from $232 million in 2019 to $303 million in 2021. Klarna has more than doubled its earnings from merchant fees, going from $438 million to $973 million. Afterpay is unique in that they exclusively offer only interest-free loans. So Afterpay makes up for this lost interest income by charging retailers higher commission in the 4 to 6% range and finding customers heavier late fees. Merchant fees alone are Afterpay's primary income stream, accounting for nearly 82% of the company's annual revenue for the past 3 years, and then in 2021, contributing nearly 90% of the company's revenue. Afterpay's merchant fees have quadrupled from $200 million to $800 million in a direct linear relationship with merchandise value and customers, both of which have also quadrupled in the past 3 years. Late fees play a bigger role and represent 13% of revenue, doubling from $46 million in 2019 to $90 million in 2021. The expensive, never-ending zero-sum arms race for retailers appears to be coming to an end. Affirm and Klarna have both launched digital debit cards where consumers are no longer limited to the retailers on the platform and can now buy now, pay later just about anywhere. Consumers generate these one-time virtual cards for each purchase, load on a loan amount just like a prepaid balance on a gift card, and can pay at any online or physical store that accepts Visa. Any purchase charge on a virtual card is automatically converted into a loan and split into multiple installments, even if the retailer doesn't support buy now, pay later. In these cases, Affirm earns a portion of the credit card processing fee that the retailer normally pays out to be able to accept cards in the first place. Virtual card revenue has become a steady top-line contributor for Affirm, growing from $7 million to $100 million in 4 years, representing 7% of overall revenue in 2022. While the Big Three's business performance validates both the concept and network effects of the buy now, pay later flywheel, the reality is that the economics are simply not sustainable. Merchant fees, simple interest, and late fees combined are just not enough for buy now, pay later companies to sustain themselves. Affirm has lost over $1 billion in the past 4 years, snowballing from $127 million in 2019 to nearly $900 million of losses in 2022. Klarna is not far behind with an operating loss of $600 million, while Afterpay is $200 million in the red based on their combined 2021 results. There's an argument to be made here that if Affirm and Klarna both charge daily compound interest instead of simple interest, their paths to profitability would be significantly easier. It's easy for buy now, pay later companies to romanticize themselves as disruptors of a predatory system, but ultimately your business has to last and be sustainable in order to truly disrupt something. While simple interest is consumer friendly, it doesn't keep the lights on. To demonstrate, we can revisit my 2 loans. Affirm offered me its 12-month simple interest loan at 24% APR for my $400 common projects. The company would have made over $50 in interest income. Under daily compound interest, Affirm would have earned over $100 or double in interest income. For my $650 Dyson loan, Affirm would have made around $90 in interest from a 12-month loan at 24% APR. They would have earned twice as much with daily compound interest. Under this abstraction, if any of these buy now, pay later companies earn double their interest income by charging daily compound interest over simple interest, these companies would all be profitable today or very close to it. At the same time, Affirm and Klarna would certainly not have so many customers if their loans had daily compound interest, so this is more of a thought experiment than a foregone conclusion. The reason why merchant fees, simple interest, and late fees are not enough has to do with how buy now, pay later loans are financed. Whenever you place an item in a cart, select buy now, pay later for payment, and click checkout, you always wait a minute or so before the next page loads. While you might think that the loading is just the retailer processing your order on their backend, what's really happening is that your order is also serving as a loan application. Every time you try to buy something with buy now, pay later, you're effectively applying for a loan of that amount with Affirm, Klarna, or Afterpay. Each loan application is reviewed and underwritten by each company's algorithms, which then spit out an automated decision. These algorithms can reject your application for any reason, just like when Klarna declined to approve my purchase on Farfetch. When they do approve your loan, you choose your preferred terms, and then you end up with your loan. But that loan is funded and issued not by the buy now, pay later company, but instead from a traditional bank that they've partnered with. In the case of my Dyson purchase with Affirm, that $650 loan was funded and issued by Cross River Bank. Nearly 80% of Affirm's loans in 2022 were funded and issued by this Jersey-based community bank. Afterpay loans are funded and issued by New Zealand, Citibank, and National Australia Bank. Klarna's loans in the US come from the Utah-based WebBank. Buy now, pay later companies basically borrow money from the bank so that you can borrow money from them to buy the things that you want. This transfer of debt, or robbing Peter to pay Paul, is not a new practice in the world of finance, but it's the details that are so spicy. In the case of my Dyson purchase, Affirm's algorithms performed the underwriting and approved my loan application. Cross River Bank doesn't perform any underwriting of its own, they fully trust the decision that's made by Affirm, and then they fund my $650 loan from its own cash. Assuming in our example that Affirm's cut is 3%, Cross River Bank distributes $630 to Dyson as the sale amount net of merchant fees, and then sends the remaining $20 to Affirm as commission. Cross River Bank now has a $650 loan in its records. As a customer, however, I owe $650 to Affirm and not Cross River Bank. This is because Affirm is contractually bound to purchase and take ownership of this loan from the bank within days of its creation. The bank didn't perform the underwriting or have any exposure to me as a borrower, so they don't want to hold on to my loan any longer than necessary. But since Cross River Bank is the one who makes this entire transaction possible, they naturally want to be compensated for fronting the cash, funding the loan, and distributing payments to all parties. So after a few days, Affirm takes over the $650 loan by purchasing the loan at face value and paying an origination fee to the bank for their troubles. The installments that I pay as a customer then go directly to Affirm so that they can make whole. If I don't pay, then Affirm comes chasing after me so they can get their money back from this loan. These are the behind-the-scenes transactions that take place between traditional banks and buy now, pay later companies that made my $400 sneaker loan possible and supports every single purchase that's made every day and every hour by customers using Klarna, Affirm, or Afterpay. The reality is that with these funding arrangements, Affirm and buy now, pay later companies actually lose money on zero-interest loans. With no interest to collect and inclusive of the origination fee, the purchase price that Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay pay banks for zero-interest loans exceeds the actual fair market value of the loans themselves. This is an unavoidable cost of business for buy now, pay later companies to the extent that Affirm has an entire category dedicated to this expense called loss on loan purchase commitment. Affirm's annual losses on zero-interest loans have grown from $73 million to $200 million as customers have grown and more loans have been issued in the past 4 years. Loss on loan purchase commitments represent on average nearly 20% of Affirm's annual operating expenses. So if Affirm and other buy now, pay later companies lose money on pay in 4 and other zero-interest loans, which also happen to be the most popular amongst consumers, then why do they keep offering this option? The answer is in vintage. In banking, vintage is a measurement of the quality of credit and returns in a loan portfolio based on historical losses and default rates. Based on vintage, one can forecast future risk and extrapolate the quality of borrowers in a loan portfolio. Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay are essentially building and managing these annual billion-dollar portfolios filled with millions of short-term unsecured consumer loans every year. If their portfolios were mostly filled with high-interest 12-month loans, then on paper these portfolios would have good returns, but they would also bear significantly higher risk and suggest that a majority population are subprime borrowers. Subprime borrowers pay the highest interest on loans in general. If payments are made in full and on time, then subprime interest-bearing loans naturally become the most lucrative assets for Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay. But lending to too many subprime borrowers is the equivalent of building on quicksand. If the bubble bursts and the majority of buy now, pay later loans were issued to subprime borrowers who have no means to pay, then these billion-dollar loan portfolios will become worthless. To prevent such a disaster, buy now, pay later companies must cultivate a healthy population of prime loans to balance the subprime loans. Prime borrowers are individuals with good credit history and considered the safest and most likely to repay their loans in full and on time. But prime borrowers are not the target of buy now, pay later services, as they generally already have adequate access to credit or possess the means to pay for such purchases in full. So to attract prime borrowers and to balance out the subprime loans in their portfolio, which must be many, Affirm and other buy now, pay later companies continue to offer zero-interest loans at a loss to maintain stability. This is why savings accounts have become such a big priority for buy now, pay later companies. Affirm and Klarna actively push consumers to deposit funds into their high-yield savings accounts with no fees or minimums. If customers deposit their cash with Affirm or Klarna, then these buy now, pay later companies can use these deposits to fund loans instead of relying on Cross River or other banks to do it for them. By becoming the lender and not just the broker, Affirm and Klarna can avoid losses on zero-interest loans, eliminate origination fees, and improve their transactional economics. Ironically, using balance sheet deposits as funds to advance loans to customers is a page straight out of the traditional banking playbook. In 2022, Affirm funded 20% of all loans through customer deposits rather than through Cross River Bank, which consequently reduced their loss on loan purchase commitment by $40 million year over year. It would be of no surprise if Affirm's long-term goal is to increase the percentage of self-originated loans to as high as possible in the coming years. Since simple interest and merchant fees are not enough to sustain the business model, Affirm has two final revenue streams that it's aggressively investing towards in the pursuit of profitability. The two are loan sales and servicing income. Every year, Affirm packages a portion of the loans in its portfolios and sells them as securities to investors. Affirm remains as the loan servicer responsible for administration, customer service, and collections, so in their words, they can quote-unquote control the user experience end-to-end. Affirm charges the investors that buy its loans a regular servicing fee. So loan sales and servicing fees go hand in hand together, and both revenue streams have grown from $5 million in 2019 to over $250 million. Loan sales and servicing fees accounted for 15% of Affirm's total revenue in 2022. While lucrative, the securitization and sale of subprime loans brings eerie parallels back to the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis. The 2008 housing collapse and subprime mortgage crisis was due to many of the same core elements that are present in buy now, pay later: access to cheap credit, excessive spending, overextension of subprime borrowers, and unregulated lending standards. While there is a difference between a loan for a $400 shoe versus a mortgage on a $400,000 property, buy now, pay later companies continue to move in a worrying direction that feels all too familiar. Packaging and selling subprime consumer loans as securities to Wall Street is a slippery slope, especially in a time where the market has tightened, cost of capital has increased, and buy now, pay later companies are desperate to turn a profit. Affirm admits that if the economy does take a greater turn for the worse, borrowers would first default on these short-term unsecured personal loans. In a crisis, borrowers will naturally prioritize the other loans, like their mortgages and credit cards, over buy now, pay later purchases. While the next recession is never the same as the last, the core ingredients and dominoes that lead to an economic contraction are always consistent: artificially inflated spending, consumption beyond means, excessive debt, unsustainable growth, and asset bubbles. Yet in the face of inflation, layoffs, reduced production, and increasing interest rates around the world, consumers continue to spend at record rates rather than cut back on consumption. While the billions of dollars in merchandise purchased every year with Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay is not at the same trillion-dollar scale that subprime mortgages were at in 2008, the reality is that the underlying consumer behavior that Buy Now, Pay Later promotes is still very much part of the problem. What's equally scary is to see the continued expansion of Buy Now, Pay Later into other categories such as rent, groceries, healthcare, B2B, and even car repair. Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay all argue that they communicate everything upfront, and they shouldn't be penalized for providing tools when every action is ultimately still made by the consumer. Regulators counter that transparency and calling out the risks have never been enough to protect consumers from themselves. So Buy Now, Pay Later raises deeper philosophical questions around human nature. Do people know what's good for them? And if humans don't know how, or can't be trusted to be responsible, then who should be the one to put in safeguards to prevent these natural impulses of greed and overconsumption? When we look at the stance that different governments have taken with Buy Now, Pay Later, it's fascinating to see the contrast between Western individualism and Eastern collectivism. On one end, you have China, who says that humans and corporations can never be trusted to make responsible decisions. Chinese regulators have ruthlessly cracked down on Ant Financial, the biggest Buy Now, Pay Later company in China, and have turned its unsecured personal loan business into a state-owned venture where lending decisions and user data are regularly shared with their central bank. And on the other hand, you have the United States, who has long favored corporations over consumers and predictably opted for a wait until it falls over approach with Buy Now, Pay Later.
First blood. Double kill.
In 2014, there was one Silicon Valley startup that was widely applauded for its ambition to revolutionize a massive, high-stakes industry that was as old and antiquated as the Middle Ages. In an era where tech startups and venture capitalists were criticized for thinking small, not solving real problems, and constantly bringing Instagram clones, Airbnb copies, and other petty mobile apps to the market, this company was considered a breath of fresh air and celebrated for its risk-taking. The media portrayed this startup as a rare embodiment of the type of big problems that Silicon Valley should be solving, and that all other startups should aspire to their level. That company was called Opendoor, and their idea was to make it possible to buy or sell a home in just a few clicks. Opendoor was heralded as the next big startup behind Uber and Airbnb, given the scope of the problem they were going after, the size of the real estate industry, and the company's proposed value creation. Opendoor was the perfect mix of all the hottest Silicon Valley trends from the 2010s. Online to offline businesses, data science, machine learning, algorithms, artificial intelligence, and automation all applied to the old-fashioned world of real estate. In Silicon Valley, where academia is greatly devalued, Opendoor's differentiation was that by recruiting the best Stanford PhDs, data scientists, mathematicians, software engineers, and quants, they could build proprietary algorithms that could accurately price the exact current market value of any given home and then predict the resale value of that same home over time. With these proprietary algorithms that could price in every single aspect about a home and its neighborhood, Opendoor's value proposition was that they could value homes with more precision, rigor, speed, and accuracy than a traditional real estate agent. The company could then use these algorithms to buy homes at scale, quantify their value, repair and renovate them with as little capital as possible, and then resell that home at a higher price within 3 to 4 months, basically flipping homes at scale with algorithms and automation. Through the years, Opendoor was treated as Silicon Valley elite. It was a startup that was so bold, so disruptive that it was considered untouchable. Opendoor was not flipping homes. Instead, in their own words, they were a, quote, once-in-a-lifetime market maker that could transform the American residential real estate industry. In its early years, Opendoor and its founders collected award after award, they teased publicly the progress and scale of their technology, and they raised massive amounts of funding from every reputable investor in Silicon Valley. Since the company's numbers and technology were selectively shown under NDA to only a trusted few behind closed doors, there was no way for the public or the greater industry to know whether or not Opendoor's business model was even viable or the company's true business performance. As a result, Opendoor was able to quickly build up hype in its private years, and entrenched industry giants like Zillow and Redfin began to worry that they were missing out on something big. This ushered in the instant buying phenomenon, or iBuying for short, where Zillow, Redfin, and Opendoor burnt hundreds of millions of dollars every year, flipping thousands of homes across the country based on algorithms. Fast forward several years to 2020, where iBuying has revealed itself to be a short-lived fad. Zillow, the company with the biggest market share, presence, and pockets, terminated its iBuying business in a high-profile failure, laying off thousands of employees after losing over $500 million. Opendoor settled for an IPO via SPAC at $6 billion valuation, yet the company today is a shell of its former self. Even during the low interest rates of the pandemic and the hot real estate market of the past 4+ years, Opendoor has never once lived up to its billing as a market maker, with a current stock price of less than $5 a share and a public valuation below $3 billion, lower than its valuation 4 years ago in 2019. In this episode, we'll explore Opendoor, the iBuying business model, its business performance, and the long-running misconception that computers, machine learning, and algorithms make better decisions than humans. Let's start with the problem. Opendoor's goal is to be an online marketplace that pulls in people looking to sell their homes and people looking to buy homes. Because Zillow and Redfin already dominate real estate as the main informational and networking platforms that connect buyers, sellers, and agents online to handle transactions offline, Opendoor needed to go further by bringing the entire transaction online to create and capture sufficient value for itself. But in order to entice home buyers and home sellers to transact online on Opendoor, the company needed to offer homeowners a significantly better experience on their platform. A home by design is the most significant financial transaction that most Americans make. Buying a home enables the accumulation of wealth through stable appreciation and leverage, the reduction of tax liability, and an increase in net worth, whereas selling a home nets a sizable payout. Because of how much is at stake when it comes to buying or selling a home, the real estate industry has always thrived in these offline, manual, face-to-face, high-touch, relationship-based, one-to-one engagements that are guided by agents. Selling a home on average takes about 3 months, and it can be a stressful, time-consuming, and complex experience. To ease the process, roughly 90% of sellers in America use a real estate agent. A real estate agent relies on their experience, the home's condition, local sales comparables to come up with the listing price. And this is all subjective, so each agent will have their own take on how much a home can sell for and may suggest that owners make these simple repairs or make major upgrades to increase their sale price. Homeowners generally look for a credible local agent with a proven track record, but this is similar to finding a good doctor, which is a hit or miss. A good agent knows the market, prices the home competitively so it reaches its highest value, maximize the returns for the seller, they set up the right staging to attract buyers during open houses, and they close quickly. A bad agent will overestimate or underestimate the market, they'll suggest unnecessary repairs or renovations that end up costing the sellers more money than it adds, they'll negotiate poor terms, or they'll price the home so low that they leave money on the table, or too high that the listing languishes and becomes unattractive. 75% of homeowners only ever consider one agent when they're selling their home, which can make all the difference in return. Homeowners spend on average $6,200 on cleaning, storage, repairs, renovations, and staging to prepare their home for a sale. When a buyer makes an offer on a home, they generally conduct an inspection to uncover hidden problems that can result in additional demands or further negotiation, both of which can cut into the seller's return and prolong the deal cycle. Once the offer is accepted and the terms are agreed to and the contract is signed, it can take another 35 days on average to close. The seller has to wait for the buyer to coordinate their agent, their mortgage broker, the escrow, and their bank. Roughly 20% of offers end up falling through due to the buyer being unable to secure financing or getting cold feet. When this happens, sellers have to relist their home on the market, they have to wait for a new buyer and offer to come in, and then go through this entire 3-month ordeal all over again. Most sellers are also buyers themselves, but they can't afford to buy a new house before selling their current one. This means that when sellers submit purchase offers for homes that they want to move to, but they have contingencies that they have to sell their current home first, it can put these sellers at a disadvantage when they're competing with other buyers who are bidding for the same house. While a good agent lightens this overhead, the reality is that these complexities and timelines under a traditional real estate buy and sell transaction are fundamentally unavoidable. Opendoor's bet was to reinvent this experience online by eliminating the open market along with all the third parties involved like the buyers, the banks, the brokers, and the agents. Sellers could avoid all this stress and complexity by selling their home directly to Opendoor. Any homeowner can go to Opendoor's website, put in their address, answer questions about their home, and immediately receive a preliminary cash offer. After an in-person assessment to verify the home's condition, Opendoor then presents a final all-cash offer to purchase the home. With Opendoor, the homeowner also gets the freedom to choose their date of closing so that they can sell the home, move out, and buy a new home, all on their own schedule. Opendoor's business model centers around this value proposition of convenience and liquidity for sellers. The company takes a flat 5% service fee, which is subtracted from the all-cash offer, and it's a cut that the company argues is cheaper than using a traditional real estate agent. Agents typically charge a 5 to 6% commission, which doesn't include the repair, renovation, storage, move-out, and staging costs if one was to list their home under the traditional open market. Depending on the home's condition, Opendoor also charges another percentage for repairs and renovations. When you sell your home to Opendoor, the company takes ownership immediately as the buyer, and you as the seller get to walk away with cash in hand without ever having to repair, touch up, or even clean your home. This streamlining in exchange for convenience and liquidity is fundamentally the same as those places where you trade in your old phones, cars, and electronics for cash. The twist is that Opendoor is doing this at scale with a lot of homes, a lot of money, and algorithms. When sellers go to Opendoor's website to get an estimate of how much the company would pay for their home, these numbers are automatically generated by algorithms. When the company conducts its home assessment, that data is collected into the underlying pricing algorithms, which then generate the final cash offer. There are also other algorithms that identify the repair and renovation opportunities for that specific home that would generate the most returns on paper. When the repairs and renovations are complete, Opendoor lists that home again back on the open market at a higher price with the goal of flipping that property within 3 to 4 months, and that resale price is also set by an algorithm. Opendoor's differentiation lies in its proprietary algorithms and data science. With
With each free home assessment, even if the owner ultimately chooses not to sell to Opendoor, the company says that it's collecting data on the home and its surroundings. Then through its machine learning and artificial intelligence, Opendoor claims that it's able to process these inputs to drive accurate home prices and dynamically adjust in real time with all these other algorithms that can forecast local demand, detect risk, identify outliers, and predict future housing inventory in the exact area. Since its founding, Opendoor has claimed that its algorithms are more rigorous and accurate than the tedious, static, small sample size, napkin math, weighted average pricing that traditional real estate agents do to come up with home prices. While agents only look at a few comparables and some big ticket items like the bathroom, bedroom, square footage, and lot size, Opendoor boasts that its algorithms can quantify hundreds of variables in any given home, like floor types, stainless steel appliances, pool sizes, granite countertops, even to surrounding factors like the proximity to transit, schools, and even abstract variables like road noise. Opendoor also claims that their algorithms adjust for appreciation, so local sales and regional trends are all continuously priced into a home's value and updated, so they occur when they happen, whereas an agent's valuation becomes outdated quickly as a one-time fixed calculation. And these algorithms with machine learning and artificial intelligence keep improving with more data and iterations, whereas an agent's approach rarely ever changes. Opendoor's business is all about economies of scale. The cost it takes their algorithms to price one home is the same as pricing 5 homes or 1,000 homes. The company argues that its economies of scale apply all the way through when they resell that same home later for a profit. Operationally, Opendoor reuses local contractors and they buy materials in bulk so that when it does repairs and renovations, it's cheaper and faster with volume discounts. But like everything in life, there's a catch when you sell to Opendoor. When you sell to Opendoor, you're giving up on your upside in return. In exchange for this convenience, flexibility, and instant cash, Opendoor's offers are generally priced below market value. Opendoor's all-cash offers generally come in at 0.2 to 2% lower than a home's fair market value. When you add on Opendoor's 5% service fee, that means then sellers are generally leaving at least 5 to 7% of their home's fair market value on the table. Ultimately, Opendoor has to buy homes below their fair market value in order to be able to resell them later within 3 to 4 months for a profit. This is a huge contrast to the traditional open market approach, where agents typically list properties at or above market value in order to get as much money as possible. Opendoor's instant liquidity and convenience really appeals to only a subset of homeowners. The average length of home ownership in America is 8 years, and states like California and cities like Austin have been red-hot sellers markets for a really long time. Most people, when they're selling their home, are looking to get as much money as possible, and they find that the traditional approach and the hassles and headaches that come with that are a small price to pay for maximizing their appreciation. When we wave away all the flashy tech buzzwords and data science and machine learning and artificial intelligence, we can actually see how Opendoor's business is fundamentally a lot more niche than the company would like to admit. The lack of mainstream appeal is reflected in the real seller conversion, which is one of Opendoor's key operational metrics. Real seller conversion is the percentage of homeowners who accepted the below market cash offer from Opendoor and sold their home to the company out of all the homeowners that got a free estimate on the company's website. Real seller conversion for Opendoor has hovered at 35% for the past 3 years, meaning that roughly 4 out of every 10 engaged sellers who get an offer choose to continue to sell to Opendoor. The company operates only in 44 markets today, so that 35% real seller conversion is significantly lower when you put it in the perspective of the entire nationwide market. From a qualitative standpoint, the success stories that Opendoor highlights seem to reinforce how niche the company's appeal really is. In one recent example, a family relocated from Syracuse to a small Arizona suburb during the pandemic. This unhappy family urgently wanted to move to Phoenix, but they couldn't afford to do so. So they used Opendoor, where the family was happy to take a loss in their home value in exchange for the cash and flexibility. In a single year, this family had sold 2 homes and moved to 2 new places, which is really unorthodox, especially when you consider that there are significant tax penalties incurred for selling a home before 2 years of ownership. These tax penalties are how the American government discourages flipping and incentivizes long-term ownership at the individual level. The other success stories that Opendoor shares are also similar. One family spent an entire year RVing across the country for fun before deciding to sell their home. Since the parents worked remotely and their children were homeschooled, they didn't want to go through the disruption of listing on the open market and having strangers come in their home for open houses. They sold their home to Opendoor for less than fair market value in exchange for convenience, but their lifestyle suggests that they were already financially comfortable and didn't need to maximize the sale of their home. Other families were inexperienced, nervous first-time sellers who deemed it was worth giving up 5+% of their home's fair market value to avoid the stress of the open market. The other catch if you dig deep enough into Opendoor's financials is that you'll find flipping homes in itself is actually not where the company's margins come from. Quote, "Our business model is designed to generate margins from our service charge to sellers and not from the spread between acquisition price and resale price." So while Opendoor charges a flat 5% service fee to sellers, the reality is that the total cut that Opendoor takes at the end is actually higher than that 5%. After the in-person assessment, that offer price will typically get lower as Opendoor identifies problems in the home that need to be repaired. Depending on the scope and severity, Opendoor's repair fee ranges from 0.5% to another 5%. Whether or not these repairs are needed or if the percentage taken is fair are not things that sellers can negotiate with Opendoor. By charging an additional percentage of home value for repairs, rather than simply crediting the cost of repairs, which is what would happen in a traditional transaction, Opendoor gets to pay even less of the home's fair market value and pocket those savings to increase its own profit margin. So while the company gives initial cash offers that are close to a home's fair market value, a seller still walks away with roughly 5 to 10% less after the service fee and non-negotiable fees like the repairs are tacked on. And Opendoor now has a home in its inventory that they've bought for 5 to 10% below market value, which then increases its profits and lowers its risk when it flips that same home back onto the open market. It's worth noting that under the repair case, after Opendoor acquires the home, the company actually has no obligation to actually do the repairs or even provide proof that it's completed the repair. In one recent example, Opendoor deducted an additional $20,000 from the seller, saying that this cost was needed to replace the HVAC, replace the flooring, and repair the foundation. The company ended up relisting the home on the open market in 10 days with just a fresh coat of paint and without any of these major repairs or charges. In this example, that $20,000 became Opendoor's additional profit, and this is pricing power in action. Opendoor's strategy is that even if its business overall is pretty niche, the sellers that it does attract and the sellers that it does appeal to are in these life situations where they have no choice but to eat these heavy, non-negotiable premiums to achieve the cash, convenience, and speed that they have. Opendoor is like a house of cards that's only as stable as the housing market. It's a risky, capital-intensive business where if your algorithms are wrong, then your valuations are wrong and the whole business goes belly up. When you're buying homes based on algorithms, you're amassing this huge multi-million-dollar inventory of vacant homes across many states with non-trivial carrying costs. If you do get your valuations right, the housing and economy can shift in the wrong direction for factors that are mostly beyond your control. Your algorithms also have to be able to forecast future demand and the highest realistic value that each home can get on the open market after repairs within 3 to 4 months, and then hope to actually sell it at that predicted price to successfully complete the flip. Opendoor, for better or worse, is a modern example of Silicon Valley's incestuous system between its VCs, its founders, and its startups. To pull off such a business, a ton of capital is required not just to buy the homes, but also to build the technology. Only a handful of people in the world can fundraise $320 million for the idea to flip homes at scale using algorithms in the name of disruption, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Opendoor was hatched by Keith Rabois, a Silicon Valley icon best known as a member of the PayPal Mafia, an early executive at LinkedIn, and the COO of Square before a sex scandal forced him out. Keith put together an all-star team of angel investors made up of his friends who were also tech royalty like the CEO of Y Combinator and the founders of PayPal, Affirm, Yelp, YouTube, Reddit, Box, and Lyft. The collective star power of this angel investment team brought immediate credibility for the idea and company by association. Opendoor got to work in 2014 with a $10 million Series A, buying up $200,000 homes in Phoenix as a testing ground for its algorithms. By 2016, Opendoor stated that it was responsible for 2% of all home purchases in Phoenix. Opendoor continued to raise funding at then historic levels with very little scrutiny, public criticism, or skepticism. More and more VCs joined in, with an $80 million Series C led by NEA and Khosla Ventures, a $210 million Series D, a $325 million Series E from Andreessen Horowitz and from the second largest home construction company in the United States, and eventually $400 million from SoftBank. But what was more important than the money was the institutional reputation and the connections of these venture capitalists. Backed by such a large roster of reputable equity institutions, their collective credibility made it easier for Opendoor to raise billions more dollars in debt. Opendoor burns money at an astronomical level higher than any typical tech startup. There's a significant upfront R&D cost needed to build and maintain and tune these algorithms. There's equally high operational costs in having contractors who inspect the homes, repair and renovate them after acquisition, along with local boots-on-the-ground operations team who help manage the inventory, validate trends, and verify the algorithm results in person. Finally, there's also high sales, marketing, and administrative overhead needed to successfully flip these homes within 3 to 4 months in advertising them online and manually engaging interested buyers, even if all the numbers are automated by the algorithms. The cash that Opendoor raises from its equity sales is only ever enough to fund the company's operations, but not enough to fund also buying homes in cash. Opendoor's business model is all about scale. If it doesn't flip enough homes, it'll never be able to offset its operational overhead. Opendoor leans on debt from traditional lenders to fund its home purchases, and this part is a fascinating exercise in corporate finance. The way that debt financing works is that Opendoor has a set of non-recourse senior debt facilities and mezzanine debt facilities, all of which that are backed by the homes that it purchases. So Opendoor can borrow 80 to 90% of the cost of a home from its senior debt facility. As soon as Opendoor sells a home, the company is required to repay what it has borrowed immediately back to the senior debt facility. If the home is sold at a loss, then Opendoor has to come up with the cash elsewhere to pay off what was borrowed. If Opendoor is unable to pay off what was borrowed, then that home will be foreclosed. These senior debt facilities charge a variable interest rate based on LIBOR and other global benchmarks, which these days is only getting higher. Under its senior debt facility, Opendoor can borrow a total of $7.8 billion. The company can also borrow an additional $3 billion through its mezzanine debt facilities, which will fund 100% of the cost basis for any given home. But this generosity comes at a price. The interest rate for borrowing any money from its mezzanine debt facilities is a flat 10%. Through 2019 to 2021, Opendoor has purchased more homes, and so its outstanding debt balance has ballooned from $271 million to $6.1 billion. Based on their most recent year-end balance, if the interest rate goes up a single percent, Opendoor needs to find cash to pay $40 million more in interest expense. One can quickly extrapolate just how much financial 3D chess is needed to keep the company alive on a day-to-day basis. Opendoor makes these big $100,000 bets with its algorithms regularly. They burn cash daily to keep the lights on, and that's just because of how much labor is required in flipping homes, and they have to hope that they hit a certain scale where they've resold enough homes to be profitable, and maintain enough cash on hand to pay off the debt and interest whenever a home is sold, and they need to hope that the homes in its nationwide inventory don't tank in value before they're flipped, and they have to keep their equity valuable in order to keep their funds going. Opendoor is truly a modern-day house of cards. The company's revenue grew from $1.8 billion in 2018 to over $8 billion in 2021. To grow, they scaled, going from 18 markets to 44 markets in the US in those 4 years. The company went from flipping 7,000 homes a year back in 2018 to now flipping 21,000 homes most recently in 2021. It could be Opendoor's growing confidence in its algorithms, or investor pressure to keep up equity value in a market downturn, or potentially both, as the company's inventory and deal sizes have grown significantly. In 2019, Opendoor had 5,500 homes in their inventory worth a total value of $1.3 billion, with an average home value around $233,000. By 2021, the company had tripled that number in 17,000 homes in its inventory worth a total of $6 billion and an average home value of $358,000. Opendoor is clearly now targeting higher value homes and markets to generate profits after proving accuracy on lower value properties. Opendoor's gross margins aren't high, but like we said, they don't have to be when you're taking a percentage of a $300,000 transaction. Despite a flat 5% service fee, the company's gross margin has increased year over year from 6% to 9%. This reinforces that shift in Opendoor's monetization strategy that we covered earlier. In order to improve their top of funnel and to pull more sellers through the door, Opendoor likely had to lower their service fee to 5%. It used to be as high as 12%. Once these sellers get hooked on the cash offer, Opendoor then takes a bigger cut through its repair fees. But even repair fees have a same limit, and so it's safer for the company to spread additional fees and disguise its additional margins through various ancillary services like the title, escrow, and mortgage, and not just repair alone. Despite Opendoor's top-line growth, the company has incurred loss after loss after loss, each bigger than the last. Even in a strong rebound year in 2021, where the company sold a record number of homes, Opendoor incurred a record loss of over $600 million. But what's most worrying is that while revenue grew by 3.5 times from 2020 to 2021, its operating expenses also increased by 3.2 times to achieve those numbers, indicating that there's a much more linear business here than what one would expect from a tech company. The one metric that Opendoor constantly champions to its investors is contribution profit after interest. And contribution profit after interest takes the final home sale price, minus the purchase price, the direct repair costs, holding costs, selling costs, and the interest that's repaid to those senior debt facilities. Total contribution profit after interest of all the homes sold in a single year grew from $27 million in 2019 to $482 million in 2021. If we divide this metric by the number of homes sold every year, then we find the unit economics. In 2019, Opendoor made $5,800 gross profit for every home that was sold. For every home that was sold in 2021, Opendoor made slightly over $22,000. If we take Opendoor's total operating expenses in 2021, we add up their advertising, marketing, sales, engineering, legal, and administrative costs and salaries, we get $1.3 billion. How many homes does Opendoor have to flip at its current unit economics of $22,000 of gross profit for every home sold to offset these operating expenses? The answer is that Opendoor would need to sell roughly 60,000 homes a year just to break even with how much it costs the company to exist in its current burn rate. Every time the interest rate goes up a single point, Opendoor needs to sell an additional 2,000 homes in order to offset that additional $40 million in interest expense. Opendoor's leaders love to pound their chest about how amazing their contribution profit after interest is to investors, but the rub here is that no one's questioning whether there's money to be made in flipping homes. People have been flipping homes all over the world for decades. People still flip homes today. What people are questioning with Opendoor and all these other iBuying companies is that whether or not there's enough money to justify trying to do it at scale with these algorithms, technology, and automation. The hype that Opendoor generated during its private years ended up attracting competitors and copycats who all wanted a slice of the next big thing in real estate. Zillow jumped headfirst into the iBuying trend with the launch of Zillow Offers in 2018, proudly predicting that the business could achieve a run rate of $20 billion by 2024. Redfin followed shortly after with its own home flipping business called Redfin Now. Zillow had actually invented computer home valuation 15 years ago with Zestimate, and the company believed that while they weren't the first mover, they still had the advantage in expertise since they were the pioneers of these algorithms in the first place. For 3 years, Zillow spent hundreds of millions of dollars in pure cash buying up homes in Phoenix and Dallas based on its algorithm before things crashed during the pandemic. The housing market initially froze during the lockdown, then exploded as interest rates were lowered and the economy resumed, but then since have cooled down. Zillow's algorithm mistakenly continued to assume that the market was still hot and overestimated prices, leaving it with a sprawling inventory of homes that they had grossly overpaid for, but could only sell at significantly increasing losses. In a single quarter in 2021, Zillow had lost more than $400 million. The CEO shut down Zillow Offers and terminated its entire home flipping business division, made a public apology, and laid off 25% of the company's workforce, leaving over 6,000 people without jobs in a looming recession. To the glee of Keith Rabois, Opendoor, and the Silicon Valley elite, the demise of Zillow Offers was validation that these algorithms, machine learnings, and artificial intelligence, the technology was the moat, and Opendoor's technology was best in class, and the quality of technology can be a competitive advantage in itself. In the case of Zillow Offers, it seems like the folks there just turned on the computer and blindly followed whatever it told them to do. In the case of Opendoor, they do invest in having local field teams with boots on the ground to regularly validate their algorithms and buy decisions to ensure accuracy before committing the cash. But while this proves that Opendoor's algorithms are objectively better than Zillow's algorithms, it still doesn't validate if the business model even works at scale. In the words of Zillow's CEO, the entire instant buying business, quote, looks far more like a leveraged housing trader than a market maker. What's interesting is that when you look at OfferPad, who's the exact copycat of Opendoor and its biggest remaining direct competitor, the financials are eerily similar. It's really eerie how identical Opendoor and OfferPad are when you look at their materials, their wording, their content, their value proposition, their pitches, and their presentations. The only difference is in branding. One of them is blue and one of them is orange. While OfferPad also flips homes at scale using its algorithms, the company takes an intentionally slow and picky approach. OfferPad only buys homes that it has confidence that it can flip in, and the company really optimizes for profitability over growth and volume. When we compare Opendoor and OfferPad unit economics by lining up their contribution profit after interest side by side, both of them are identical at roughly $22,000 per home sold. While OfferPad sells significantly fewer homes than Opendoor year over year, OfferPad has tightly controlled its costs to achieve a net profit of $6 million in 2021, or a measly 0.31% net profit margin. While it's encouraging that at least one iBuying company is profitable, it still fails to answer whether or not this entire business model is lucrative enough to justify its own existence. So the next time that someone talks up on how a company is making an industry or the world a better place with artificial intelligence, machine learning, and algorithms, tell them the story of Opendoor and Zillow Offers. We're many, many years away from that reality. But to the Silicon Valley elite, the venture capitalists, and the founders who all feed off of each other writing these buzzwords to huge salaries, high valuations, and IPOs, admitting these things out loud would be sabotaging their own pump and dump get rich quick scheme.
slain. An enemy.
Through 2014 to 2018, Casper was everywhere on the internet, flooding advertisements to every trending podcast, website, and YouTube video. Need a mattress? Buy Casper. Not comfortable buying a mattress online that you've never seen or touched before? No problem. Buy your Casper mattress today, sleep on it, and if you're not happy at any time, return it for a full refund within your first 100 days, no questions asked. With a radically generous return policy and aggressive multi-million-dollar advertising budgets, Casper quickly rose to fame as the flashiest and fastest-growing online consumer brand hot out of Silicon Valley. Venture capitalists fueled Casper's rise, as they were all really eager to showcase Casper as another shining example of technological innovation and business transformation. Casper, Warby Parker, Dollar Shave Club were all pioneers of a new type of business model that venture capitalists were really obsessed with, called direct-to-consumer.
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 Oh, direct-to-consumer?
Direct-to-consumer.
To go direct-to-consumer.
The direct-to-consumer movement.
That direct-to-consumer.
Le D2C, direct-to-consumer.
They're able to get those prices because it's direct-to-consumer.
That's right.
The D2C business model is simple. One, you make a quality consumer product. It can be something as simple as a pair of glasses, a razor, or in Casper's case, a mattress. 2, you cut out the middleman retailer. 3, you brand your product with sans serif font, pastel colors, and other hipster designs. 4, you package that all onto a cool online website, and you sell your product direct to consumers at a low price. On paper, the advantages of this D2C model look pretty strong. Traditional consumer brands operate in a wholesale model, and so the only way that traditional consumer brands make money is by getting their products into retailers and selling in bulk quantities. Since all these consumer brands are fighting with each other to get their products into the shelves of Target, Costco, Kroger's, Whole Foods, Sam's Clubs, Safeway, and there are only so many shelves to go around, these consumer brands end up designing their products to appeal, impress, and satisfy the retailers rather than actually solving the end consumer's need. And so by removing the retailer from the equation, D2C businesses in theory can design and offer products to consumers that are higher quality and cheaper than the kind of stuff that they'd have to buy off the shelves of a Target. A D2C company can then promote its products very cheaply and efficiently through social media and sell them exclusively to customers over the internet, removing the need for real estate and storefronts. Eager to ride on Silicon Valley's hottest trends, venture capitalists all over the world poured their money into D2C companies, all eagerly chasing this vision as this would redefine e-commerce as we know it. Venture capitalists have poured over $3 billion to date into D2C companies. Casper was the shining crown jewel and poster child for this business model, attracting $340 million in investment over 5 years. The hype for Casper and the D2C business model got so big that even celebrities like Ashton Kutcher, Leonardo DiCaprio, Maroon 5, and 50 Cent all joined in as investors. Even big retailers like Target couldn't ignore Casper's rise, and those executives became so smitten with the idea that acquiring Casper would inject freshness, quirkiness, and millennial appeal into its antiquated retail stores, which is something that Target has long since been obsessed with.
If we go back in time, you would think about that Target guest, that Target shopper, as the suburban housewife. Now, she's pulling up in the van with a couple of kids, and they're certainly coming to our stores today, but we're appealing much more to that millennial family.
Target offered to acquire Casper for $900 million, but quickly found that Casper's founders were not willing to settle for a purchase of anything lower than $1 billion.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Unable to match that price tag, Target settled for just being a pre-IPO investor. And in just a few short years, Casper had become a true Silicon Valley unicorn with a pre-IPO valuation in 2019 of $1.1 billion. Fast forward 1 year to 2020, where Casper was now making its long-awaited IPO debut on the public stock market. But instead of the glamour and champagne, Casper's entry into the public markets was widely criticized as a desperate, downright embarrassing disaster. The company ended up slashing its lofty billion-dollar valuation by 50% to $500 million in a last-ditch attempt to make the company palatable to public investors. Since its IPO, Casper's struggles have continued, dropping another $100 million in its valuation. The stock price has dropped by 40% to date. They've shuttered down their European business, they've lost their COO and their CFO, and they've ended up laying off 21% of their workforce. Casper's investors, including all the celebrities that had joined in at that billion-dollar price tag before the IPO, have all ended up losing their money. It's been an epic collapse for Casper, the one-time unicorn, darling of Silicon Valley, and the D2C business poster child. A startup that no one could seemingly get enough of has now quickly become taboo in venture capital circles. So what happened to Casper? The answer lies in the numbers. As a private company, Casper had been able to spin the numbers to its unicorn status. But as soon as Casper went public, its true financial performance was laid out for everyone to see. Casper had lost money in every year of its existence. In 2017, negative $73 million, 2018, negative $92 million, 2019, negative $93 million, and in 2020, negative $90 million. Losing money is nothing new to Silicon Valley and tech startups these days. To be honest, Wall Street has clearly shown an appetite in the past few years, especially under COVID, to look past companies that were putting in losses and put hope in future growth, like at Tesla, AMD, Datadog, and Atlassian. But in Casper's case, the reality is that it's not a tech company. Casper sells mattresses at the end of the day. not software or hardware. The average Casper mattress sells for about $700. After paying off the supplier and the delivery costs to get it from their warehouse to your door, Casper makes about $377 from each mattress sold. When you do that math, it actually gives Casper a very sexy and appealing 50% gross margin. So what's the rub? The catch is that Casper dumps all the money that it makes into advertising. In 2017, Casper spent 91% of its gross profit on advertising. In 2018, 80% of its gross profit on advertising. In 2019, 73%, and then 2020, 60% of their gross profit on ads. This means that every $1 Casper makes off of each mattress sale, 60 to 73 cents of that $1 is going back into Facebook, Spotify, or Instagram for ad. That means that every company expense, like salaries, R&D, warehouse, rent, delivery, website, design, customer support, all of those expenses have to come out of the company's pocket. Advertising is ultimately meant to grow, not to sustain a business. The nuance here is that online advertising itself has also dramatically evolved since Casper's founding in 2014. In 2014 and 2015, when Casper was just getting off the ground, internet advertising and influencer marketing online was extremely affordable. Running Facebook ads was a very easy, inexpensive, and effective way to target consumers, much cheaper than any billboard or television advertising ever was. But as more companies have flocked to Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and other popular platforms to target consumers online, advertising has gotten saturated, competitive, and expensive. It's no longer just Casper who's able to dominate the airwaves with $340 million of a war chest. It's Casper and thousands of other D2C startups and big consumer brands like Unilever and Procter & Gamble all throwing in millions of dollars every year, targeting the same consumers, trying to hit the same demographics, and ultimately driving up advertising costs for everyone else. In 2019 alone, it was reported that the cost per click for Facebook rose by nearly 93%. To break this down into simple math, that means for every $1 a company used to put in to promote a Facebook advertisement, they would now need to put in at least $2 just to get the same result as before. The saturation and explosion of online advertising costs have popped the bubble not just for Casper, but also for the hundreds of thousands of other D2C startups that have all been fundamentally dependent on these unsustainable business models that were reliant on cheap online advertising and an endless IV drip of venture capital. But with the death of Brandless and the struggles of Honest Company, Evelynn, and Dollar Shave Club, a lot of venture capitalists have begun to see their losses in D2C startups. Casper currently spends $275 to $300 to acquire a new customer. With the increasing competition from other mattress startups that have followed and copied Casper's identical business model, who are now aggressively competing for their same customers using the same online channels, Casper really has no choice but to keep throwing money into their advertising pit, to stay competitive with their new competitors, and to maintain their baseline. So with this in mind, Casper's business model basically boils down to 1. Buy a mattress from China for $400, 2. Sell a mattress for $700, 3. Make $300 from that transaction, and then lose 20% of all the mattresses you sell every year thanks to your excessively generous 100-day return policy. And then after that, you take your $300 in gross profit and you spend it on advertising, you spend another $300 on your administrative expenses, and you'll end up losing $200 for every mattress that you sell. Now, Casper's massive advertising budget and strategy would be forgivable if all that spend was leading to a comparably large multiplier in revenue growth. But between 2017 and 2018, Casper only grew its revenue by 43%. Between 2018 and 2019, that growth fell down to 23%. Between 2019 and 2020, growth under COVID was a measly 18%. That means that without even a one-to-one correlation between advertising dollar and revenue growth dollar, it's hard to imagine what light at the end of the tunnel is for Casper to reach profitability. On top of that, the mattress industry reports that the average American only changes their mattress every 9 to 10 years. So Casper's first customers came in 2015, and that was when the company had been pricing its product at the cheapest and had been advertising at the most aggressive levels. With a 10-year-long deal cycle and product life for a mattress, it means that as an investor, you would have to wait until 2025 just to understand Casper's true consumer retention rate and standing in the mattress industry. But more importantly, it sheds light into the possibility that growth for the mattress industry is maybe just that slow and constrained. No amount of advertising is going to change the underlying market reality and consumer behavior. The fastest growing sales channel for Casper today is currently, wait for it, retail. Retail sales for Casper have grown 74% year over year and now accounts for 20% of the company's overall revenue. In comparison, its traditional direct-to-consumer sales revenue has only grown by 20% in the same period of time. Casper's retail sales aren't just beating their online sales when it comes to growth. The average order for Casper is 15% higher in retail than it is online. In the company's early days, the Casper founders were very prideful about never needing to open stores to grow their business.
When we looked at the way people were buying mattresses, and it was still a very antiquated experience where you go to the store on every corner, you walk in your street clothes, you're expected to lay on a mattress under fluorescent lights and then know how you'll sleep. just seem very perverse to us.
50% off, always signs. There's commission salespeople. It's like worse than buying a used car.
You know, we're totally different from the ground up. The shopping experience is completely different. We only sell our product through our website, Casper.com. You can take your time, read about the product and how we developed it. The customer experience is completely different from anything else, and it's not confusing. We designed it to be simple, straightforward, authentic, and transparent with what we build and how we build it.
Well, it's just...
The ironic wall that Casper has run into here is that online growth is limited. There are only so many people you can hit online before your endless spam of Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and podcasts just become exhausting and ineffective. So brick and mortar, the very thing that Casper was invented to disrupt, has now become that very slim bastion of light that company executives are hoping will save their business. Casper isn't the only D2C brand doing this 180 of embracing the very thing it was trying to disrupt. Evelynn and Away, two other formerly hot D2C companies, have now found themselves opening stores and begging to get on the shelves of big retailers to try and grow their businesses.
Everybody loves to say you don't spend money on online, but the way it works now with Facebook and Instagram and how much it costs to acquire a customer, and then you have to ship it all, you end up, what online-only company is really profitable? Basically none of them. That's this dirty secret. With retail, when we move to the customer first, we get to figure out which channel is right and do the right thing for the customer and be profitable.
Most recently, Casper shut down its European business to, quote, focus on the American market. But the numbers are pretty painful in that by all measures, the American market is barely growing and only becoming more competitive. Casper's future as a company just looks very bleak and painful. If you've been to Europe, it's hard to imagine being able to crack any other major geographic market. Turning down that $900 million offer from Target before the IPO just because it wasn't $1 billion looks very regrettable by the day. With investor sentiment at an all-time low, geographic expansion out of the equation, and the bursting of the D2C hype bubble, Casper, the once untouchable Silicon Valley unicorn, seems now destined to become forgotten in a sea of worthless penny stocks on the New York Stock Exchange.
Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
Palantir is one of the newer sweethearts of Wall Street bets and retail investors worldwide, and for good reason. It's a cheap stock and a polarizing, highly secretive business whose majority of market share comes from selling software to the government's, defense, and intelligence sectors. Palantir was founded by the contrarian Peter Thiel and features a mysterious, borderline cultish CEO in Alex Karp, whose habits and work routines and willingness to speak up about the status quo makes him a radical compared to others in Silicon Valley. But beyond the memes, let's take a look at how Palantir operates as a business. Along the way, we can learn about how much money there is to be made selling to agencies like the CIA and how much profit there can be as a company that sells software to the greater military-industrial complex. So Palantir sells two software products. The first product is called Gotham, which is a tool built for analysts at defense and intelligence agencies. Gotham helps analysts find patterns in large data sets. One of the early inspirations for Gotham was that in the initial invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq in the early 2000s, US soldiers had to map the intelligence they got out of insurgents and roadside bombers by hand on pen and paper. Gotham is designed to address that need by allowing analysts to put all their data together from confidential informants to intelligence reports and then find the patterns and visualize these large data sets within a computer. These same challenges of making sense of large data sets and finding patterns exist not just in the defense and intelligence sector, but also in the private sector. Palantir's second product is Foundry, which is a version of Gotham that's designed for the private sector, for private companies that are not military, government, or intelligence. Yet despite having these two products, Palantir is a very military and intelligence-centric business. It holds a very different philosophical view from regular tech companies. Palantir makes it very clear that they have no business in collecting, mining, or selling data. All the data that customers bring and use within Palantir's products are self-contained, whether it's Foundry or Gotham, all that data belongs to the customer. Palantir is focused on helping these companies or organizations centralize these large data sets from their existing tools and doing analysis on this entire bucket together. Palantir also has a very unique design when it comes to their software. Most tech companies today have a rip and replace walled garden mindset. Probably the most famous example of this is Apple. The goal of these modern tech companies is to get you to tear out what you already have today and use their software or hardware exclusively, and then make it hard for you to switch back to your old tools if things get wonky with your new setup. Think like Google Chrome and Safari, iPhone and Android, and so forth. But Palantir takes a very different view. Their software is designed and meant to integrate with existing legacy IT products. That means that whether you're a defense company, an intelligence agency, military, or a private company, you can maintain your key historic investments. You don't have to rebuild your entire data infrastructure and redo everything from scratch if you want to use Palantir's products. This is a really radical take compared to, say, Snowflake, as we covered in an earlier episode, where Snowflake's story is totally different. Snowflake's story is that your stored data and infrastructure is no good. You have to get on this if you want to get anywhere. Palantir is an extremely unorthodox company, both in its structure and business from the numbers. Given its extreme focus on defense and intelligence, Palantir has a very small market to target as an enterprise software company, but they also have a larger upside on paper. Palantir only has 125 to 200 customers to date, but each customer on average spends about $5.6 million, which is massive. We can get a sense from just these numbers how lucrative and rich the American military industrial complex is. Since Palantir by nature is a politically charged business and its products are so sensitive, the company by design and intent only sells to the US and its allies. Regardless of your own personal views and political perspectives, there are really only a handful of intelligence and defense agencies in the West that fit under this view. In the US alone, there are only 16 intelligence agencies, with the most well-known and well-funded ones today being the CIA, FBI, and the NSA. And it's not like these Western countries or even the US, we come up with new intelligence agencies all the time. It's been these 16 agencies for a very long period of time. If we compare Palantir to the mainstream enterprise software companies, even
even the same ones that IPO'd in the same year as Palantir, you can see that the private sector is a totally different animal. For instance, Snowflake has over 3,000 customers with an average spend of $160,000. Datadog, which is another analysis and monitoring company, has 8,000 customers, but their average spend is only about $37,000. So Palantir's average customer who spends $5.6 million as an intelligence agency is spending 35 times more than your average private company. And so as Americans, even though we don't get the same exact visibility into the funding for America's intelligence agencies, the average $5.6 million spent on Palantir software should give you a sense for just how much of Americans' taxpayers' money is possibly allocated to the overall military-industrial complex. Now, Palantir's customer base is split 50-50 across both the public and the private sectors, but all reports so far indicate that public sector customers outspend the private sector customers. To me, where the numbers get really interesting is when we remove the political aspects and evaluate Palantir as a bare-bones business. Palantir boasts an impressive top-line performance, going from $500 million in 2018 to now over $1 billion in gross revenue in just 2 years. And like most tech IPOs of the 2020s so far, Palantir is not a profitable company, but we've seen time and time again, tech companies are happy to incur present-day losses to compound future profits. But something about the way that Palantir is allocating its costs today makes the idea of profitability seem very far for this company. Palantir is making this calculated bet that the future of their business is not about expanding their software to the private sector, even if they claim that that's one of their strategic focuses. To me, the future of Palantir is about expanding and fully monopolizing the software of Western intelligence and defense communities. The American military-industrial complex is so lucrative and selective that these agencies will always side with Palantir and have more than enough budget to keep Palantir fat and happy for generations to come. It's worth noting here that Palantir also has the insider advantage in defense and government and military sectors, as Palantir as a company, its roots were in the CIA, as Palantir took on heavy funding and a tremendous amount of influence while they were building their product from the CIA in the early 2000s. When you look at Palantir's spend, there are some really noteworthy ways in how the company has structured itself and allocated its investments. For a company that's spent essentially over 18 years building and refining its products, the same battle-tested software that it claims has gotten more robust over use in the Afghan and Iraq wars in the past decade, Palantir still spends more on R&D than any other Silicon Valley company in the world. Palantir spends about 51% of its revenue, or 51 cents of every dollar it makes, on engineers and designers to build and improve its product. For comparison, if we're also comparing mature tech companies, Apple spends about 7% of its revenue on R&D, Facebook spends 21% of its revenue on R&D, Microsoft spends 13%, and Google spends about 15% of its revenue on R&D. But even if we constrain the comparison to other recently IPO'd tech companies that are also at the same stage as Palantir, Palantir's R&D is still record high. Snowflake, in comparison, only spends 40% of its revenue on R&D, Confluent spends 45%, and Datadog spends 35% of its revenue on R&D. Palantir has consistently spent 40 to 50% of its revenue every year in existence on R&D, not just in 2020, and there are a few possible reasons. The first is likely due to Palantir's stance about integrating its products with existing software. The US government has a lot of legacy software and hardware all throughout its systems and agencies, and we're still a country that still uses floppy disks to manage nuclear missiles. One can only imagine how outdated and archaic some of the other IT systems around the country are. It's an incredibly powerful sell for Palantir to walk into an intelligence or defense agency and say, hey, we'll work with you with everything you have today, nothing's getting ripped out, everything you're using today you're keeping. Our products will only enhance everything that you built. That alone is a really compelling sales pitch that no other tech company can make. And that's because the technical effort and engineering required for Palantir to integrate and customize its products to each government's IT systems and policies is an absolutely massive undertaking. Software and hardware that was built in the 70s and 80s that run a lot of the government systems today were simply not built for today's internet or tech standards, and in many cases were just never designed to evolve. Integrating Palantir's modern software into these environments and architecture is a huge and expensive engineering effort that makes Palantir operate more than just a software vendor. They're not just selling software. Palantir, by effect, become consultants, as they're the ones that have to handle the technical implementation and integration details to demonstrate the value of their offerings to the public sector. Now, this is a real double-edged sword. Even after 10 years of operating, the reality is that Palantir has to maintain this really expensive and high R&D investment and engineering count to make sure that their products can integrate in not just desktop computers in an old office, but to oil rigs and military Humvees and to battleships. At the same time, no other company has the pockets or connections that are as deep as Palantir to undertake these efforts politically and technically, which gives Palantir this unparalleled customer retention and service in the public sector. Given the high amount of customization and technical integration needed, Palantir's sales cycles then take an average of incredibly long 6 to 9 months to close. But when these deals do close, the company pockets about $6 million on average. The only question remaining is, well, how much room is there for these deals to grow? Could this average deal size of $6 million be expected to grow over time or hold constant? And with the United States' formal exit from the Afghanistan war in 2021, would Western governments continue investing more in their defense and intelligence budgets, given that countries around the world have all observed what is the heavy cost of fighting real wars? These are all future-looking market questions about Palantir's potential that are really deeply lied to the political landscape rather than the economic one. It's difficult to see Palantir's products making inroads in the commercial data market when you have red-hot fellow competitors like Snowflake and Databricks, who are companies that have spent billions of dollars themselves building a product and a muscle selling to the private enterprise. What's worth noting is that in the past 2 years of COVID, while there was a global economic contraction in the private sectors, there was actually an expansion. There was increased spending in the public sectors that Palantir capitalized on. In the past year, Palantir has taken the spotlight by winning big deals in the military and public sector. They signed an $823 million contract with the US Army, a $90 million contract with Veteran Affairs, and then another $60 million with the National Institute of Health and the Department of Health for analyzing the spread of COVID. And so while critics have pointed out that governments may be conveniently using COVID as a cover to expand their greater visibility or monitoring of their citizens, I think we can all objectively agree that under the pandemic, governments around the world have all taken some very active roles in setting and enforcing behaviors in society. Palantir in general is riding on the big data trend just like Snowflake or Datadog or Databricks. But what's really unique to Palantir is that the company is riding on a bigger wave. It's riding on macro geopolitical trends more than it is riding on technical trends. And so despite intense public scrutiny, a lot of Western governments have continued to actively promote and invest in tech-driven governance. Things like preventative policing, public surveillance, facial recognition. These are all policies that will require a key strategic partner, and that partner right now is Palantir already has inroads at the federal government level and the local level with contracts with customers like the NYPD, LAPD, and the Department of Homeland Security. The market opportunity is really there for Palantir to create and capture that value should these politics ever come and manifest into reality. Palantir overall is an unconventional company and even more unorthodox investment if you think about it from the perspective of a shareholder. But when you're investing in Palantir, you're not betting on a tech company, but you're rather betting on the continued permeance of the American military-industrial complex and a greater and more active hands-on role in government.
Shut down. destroyed. An enemy has been slain. to Summoner's Rift.